Markets are unpredictable, volatile, complex, but your trading journey doesn't have to be. Ola Prime TV is now live. Every trading day, join top coaches as they break down real-time setups, key levels, live trades across Forex, futures, and crypto. From Tokyo's early momentum, to London's open surge, to New York's high volatility action. We decode every move live. Get sharp analysis, clear strategies, and insights that actually make sense. And yeah, we don't just break down charts. We crack a few smiles too. Only on Hola Prime TV. This is more than content. This is infotainment and beyond. Markets.
What's up?
Well, howdy. How's it going, gents?
Hey, what's up? Everything's everything.
Yep.
What's up, Alex?
Happy Mexican Independence.
Man,
I didn't realize that
let's not
was
even get
today.
it.
Yeah. Huh? I didn't realize that was today.
Yeah. Oh man, it's a
Guess that
whole
means
thing.
you'll be-
This is one of our biggest celebrated holidays.
Oh, wow.
Lost service there for a second.
Oh,
Lost
you
you
guys
there
hear
for
me?
a second. Yeah, I got you back now, looks like. Had a little hiccup
Okay.
there. So what's your plan
Let
after?
me make sure I'm on the right one. Oh yeah, I'm on the good.
I had a look. Yeah, mine lagged also, so I don't think it was just you. So what's
Okay.
on the cards for after stream there, Michael? Any plans?
Man,
Holiday
believe it or not,
there?
guys, it starts last night. To be honest, yeah, it's a whole thing.
Right, fireworks going off left and right. Back, I bet.
Yeah,
Yep.
fireworks. They do the scream, the party, the videos. Literally, I'm surprised that it's even not going on right now. Like it just stopped like maybe 15, 30, 20 minutes ago. It's a whole thing.
Yeah. That's one thing I remember
Yes.
about Mexico. They look for any excuse to light fireworks.
Yep.
Like we would always,
Yep.
I would always be there for the 10 days preceding Christmas, and there was fireworks every single day, every night.
Yeah.
Like just throughout Puebla and at Jalisco, where I was at, two hours south of Mexico City. All night, every night, all night. I remember that. And even when we'd go back for the summer, like middle of summer, I remember that. It'd be everywhere. So
No, it's a whole thing here. Like seriously, they started on because I think a lot of maybe not for you, Alex, so much, but a lot of I guess Americans think that it's Cinco de Mayo is when Mexico celebrates their Independence
Oh
Day,
yeah.
and that's actually there's actually two separate things, right? Like one, it was just a war. They fought the French, and that's where Cinco de Mayo comes from. That's actually more an American holiday, believe it or not.
Yeah.
But here,
Wow.
it's celebrated the night of the 15th, right? Like it starts last night, which is around 8. We went to the square. Man, had a blast, guys. I mean, an absolute blast. And yeah, they do the whole thing. You're supposed to have the traditional dish, which is the chiles en nogado, and there's like a huge chili pepper stuff with like fruits and walnut sauce and meats, and it's symbolic of like the Mexican colors, right? The green, the white, and the red. So super cool, guys.
Yeah.
They had a whole. I mean, it's for the kids, everybody. I got some video actually. I can probably pull up some of it.
Yeah.
But, we got the
Yeah,
it was like
no,
a
you're
fair
right,
come. Yeah, it's
No, you're exactly
huge. And then like
Yeah.
at night,
Cinco
like
de
right
Mayo.
around 12 is when we do the scream. So we had Claudia, our president, Claudia Scheinbaum. She did the reenacted the entire scream of Grito de Dolores. And yeah, fireworks sound off after that, and it's just a whole party after that. So super cool.
But yeah, that's obviously the best time, Independence. Yeah, I remember that Cinco de Mayo. Yeah, like you said, it's really celebrated by here in the U.S. just because, of course, we need any excuse to drink beer, right? So it's that. But yeah, the state of Puebla is, from what I remember, the only state in Mexico that celebrates it, because obviously it took place in the state of Puebla. So it's the one battle that it's the one battle they did win before the French kind of turned around and cleaned house after that. So it was kind of their one claim to fame there in that period of time. From what I remember from the history of it. But yeah, a battle, a win cool. Nevertheless. So, no, that's pretty cool.
Right.
That's
so it started
cool,
last
Alex.
night, but today's actually the actual day of it all, right? Like today's actual Independence Day, but the party started last night.
Yeah. So most Mexicans are going to miss half of the holiday because they're sleeping off their tequila hangovers. And then they'll get up and do it again tonight.
Yeah. So funny enough, right? It was actually pretty smart of them because like we get out there, it's a lot of us too, like 15 of us. We get out there and we're like, oh, like where's the drinks and stuff at? They're like, oh, we're not doing that this year. They was like, yeah, they got a little too crazy last year. Like, oh, nobody was allowed to sell anything. We had food. There was no drink.
Translation, they had fun.
Yeah.
Well, it looks like, according to these pictures, it looks like I had fun.
No, my daughter, I mean, and everything, guys. It was just amazing. Yeah, she don't even have school today, funny enough. So it's like, it's a whole thing. In fact,
all the schools are.
I don't know if this will actually even show up.
Yeah. Oh, except for the green. How about that? The green party is missing. That was cool though. There's a green there, I promise.
Right.
That's great. Well, hopefully they can find you a Mexican themed background here soon. That'd be cool.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
Alex, how about yourself, brother? How was your day? This is your evening. Early evening.
Oh yeah, it's evening time now. Yeah, exactly 6 p.m. So everything's winding down. It's been a wet and windy day over here in spring. We're still swapping over from winter, so just waiting for everything to heat up before I can actually go outside and enjoy the day. The winter's still just pattering at the windows, saying I'm not gone just yet, guys. I've got a bit more rain and a bit more wind to go, but hopefully in the next coming weeks, I'll be able to go back outside again. That'll be fantastic.
Yeah,
nice.
About the time I got to hibernate here in the northern hemisphere. Of course, Michael's lucky; he gets summer year round. Yeah, between you, Alex, and Coach Richard in the Southern Hemisphere, it's going to be warming up. I'm going to have to get the heck out of Kansas, split some time amongst 3 different countries. Get away from the winter. That would be nice. All right, Coach Michael's got his sombrero above his head now, so there we go. There we go.
Love it.
I had a big green sombrero at one time. I ended up getting somewhere.
There we go.
Like I ended up.
There we go.
Yep.
Again. Nice. Nice.
That reminds me of a picture I have with a straw sombrero. I'll have to find it. We had, for one of our Cinco de Mayo holidays we had here. I'll have to find it and send it to you here later. Well, how about the trading side? The trading side of the day. Coach Alex, did you get any luck today? I think we lost your volume.
Sorry about that. There we go. We're back. No, I start in London. I don't trade the Asia session, so ready and waiting to hop into some trades, see what's going to be coming up tonight. So, yeah, very exciting. We'll see if we're a little bit more lucky than our break-even trade yesterday.
So what hours, since you're in Australia, what are your main hours of trading for your local time there?
5:30 p.m. till 10 p.m. So basically the entire session, that's when I'm trading. That's when I'm sitting behind the laptop and it's game time.
Okay, gotcha.
Nice.
Gotcha. Mm-hmm. Yeah, pretty much my schedule right now. You're open.
What time is it, Tiger?
It's 3:12 a.m. Yeah. Yep. So I got the old alarm set for about 1:45. Crawl out of bed, spend that first few minutes looking at the London session, see how it shapes up. Start writing up my news article. Usually get that in by about 2:30 a.m. my time, and then I finish the rest of the 30 minutes making sure my setups look good and see if we get any type of breakouts or zone hits. And hop on with you, gents, and usually get to sleep around 9 or 10 a.m. Just depends on how long I sit up and watch the New York session if I have a trade, especially when I have a trade open. Like yesterday, I was up pretty late. I think I finally laid down around 11:30 because I did have those 2 trades going. So just kind of monitoring them a little bit. Kind of my wind down period as well before finally get to sleep. Get up around 4 o'clock or so p.m. Spend a couple hours, 3 hours getting ready for the evening session, the 8 to 10 p.m. session my time, and I kind of lay down, take a 2-hour nap, 2.5-hour nap, do it all over again. So I just kind of get my sleep in chunks. 4, 5, 6 hours, and then another hour or 2, couple hours. So I'll tell you what, the weeks fly by though. Before I know it, it's Friday.
That's true.
Michael would attest. Since we start typically on Sundays, it's like it feels like the middle of the week by the time we finish Monday morning session.
Yeah, that's true. That is so true.
So, awesome.
Most days you can't tell what day it is. You're like, wait, today was Wednesday. Like, no, it's Thursday.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, oh, no.
Exactly. Okay, looks like we got my chart up there. So, yeah, as far as the trades I'm in, I was just telling Alex before the stream started, I finished out my pound Aussie trade yesterday. So, got into a pound Aussie short, and then I got into a Bitcoin long on Forex Fire yesterday. So, on this pound Aussie long short, I was looking at this demand here. This supply right here, and dropped it down to, I think, a 15-minute and had a little confluence. So I sold right there. Michael, you'd have chuckled on stream because I screwed up the trade twice. As you can see, I got 3 arrows there. I kept messing up my digits for my stop loss. So the first time I entered it in, my stop loss was clear the heck up here somewhere. I don't know where it went. So I had to close it out, reopen it. And then when I opened it the second time, my stop loss was right here. I kept messing up the digits. So I had to close it out a second time and finally got into it correctly the third time. Third time was the charm. So, but yeah, pound Aussie was one of my bearish, one of my 4, I think, bearish assets that I'm watching. But so yeah, downtrend on a 4 hour. And then just kind of flip down to the 1 hour to get my supply with a nice fair value gap right after the leg out candle, or in and around the leg out candle. So I felt pretty strong about it. As always, I'm probably the most critical about my zones of anybody, but the only thing I really disliked about it for a more longer term play was the fact I had a lot of candles to the left of it. I mean, I prefer these zones to be kind of hanging out on an island all by themselves, kind of like that. Except that doesn't qualify because it wicked in. What I mean is, that basing action, and then you look to the left and there's a little space. That's what I like to see. But here, few candles more than I liked, but I did like the 2 strong leg out candles. So also you had this swing high point here. So these shorts would have been putting their stop losses inside of the supply zone. So just adding some more orders for the banks to collect and push down. So yeah, I ended up getting out of this trade down here. Didn't want to get too picky because at the end of the day, we did make kind of a double bottom down here with obviously the higher high that I had to have to get into the zone. So I didn't really want to risk trying to take profits further down. I did have an initial take profit down here because this was a 15-minute demand right here. So that was the initial take profit, but I just kind of started trailing it along the way down over these lows here, or these lower highs, and finally got taken out right there on that candle after we kind of rose against this little double, triple bottom, whatever you want to call it. Because I could see that it was trying to curl around like a cup and handle, or just a cup, or whatever you want to call it. So started giving me them signs, and so yeah, I just got out right there on that candle for pretty good winner there. I guess that'd have been about 25, 30 pips. Nothing too crazy, but and then I'm still in the Bitcoin trade from Forex Fire, Alex, that I got in yesterday with you guys. So on the Bitcoin, let's see here. I was looking down here on this demand on a 1 hour. This 1 hour demand was touched, but it was also inside of a 4 hour demand for some confluence. I like this. That candle there with a fair value gap ahead of it. So had pretty good confluence. Came down, touched the 1 hour nicely yesterday. I mean, it kind of wicked through just a little bit, but grabbed enough of a bid to push it on up, and I've just been trailing this thing as well. Kind of trailed it under these higher lows for a while, and then we got that push up above these highs about an hour ago or whatever it was, 2 hours ago. And so I just went ahead, aggressively moved my stop on this one. I mean, ideally I would have waited to move the stops after we broke that high, which we kind of made a double top. But because Bitcoin's not giving me a very strong bullish signal, it's only giving me a signal of a +1. This was just a simple, smaller time frame entry. And so I didn't want to get too greedy with it because, again, after all, it's only giving me a neutral score of a 1. So I'm not really getting helped out by the sentiment analysis. I'm really getting a -1 score as far as a combination of the COT, because the COT report did show that they added more dollar longs than they did Bitcoin. I think dollar was like, 100 plus 1.5% or something like that, 1.8%. Bitcoin was only a plus 0.6 or 0.8%. So they had more increases on the dollar than they did Bitcoin. So that right there was giving me a -1. And then also the retail sentiment. Well, we all know that everybody and their grandmother's long Bitcoin, right? So not really getting any help from the contrarian signal. And then the technical score pretty much a 0. But as far as fundamentals. I'm getting 2 points for the fundamentals. So yeah, it's only a +1. So I don't want to get too greedy on this. So I'm just going to leave it here. We do have this former support area looking like it's trying to become this former resistance point trying to become a new support. So we'll see if that's true. But if that's the case, then yeah, I'm just going to leave my zone here, or my stop losses there. And if it breaks that, c'est la vie. I'll just cash out of it, no problem, and go on to find a stronger signal. So a stronger asset, bullish or bearish. So, but I did get into a couple trades on this when I got into it. I got into a small position, then I decided it was a little too small, and I felt a little bit better about it. So I added a second position. So I kind of averaged in right around the proximal line of the higher time frame zone, demand zone, 114,600 level. And then, yeah, I got both of my stop losses here, or my take profits, however you want to look at them at this point. But ultimately, we'll see if we can break through, get up closer to this overhead supply. Yeah, not really a great supply. That's more of a kind of a swing high. Not really a zone per se, but it's just a swing high I'm going to look to profit out of. And then, Michael, I think I might have told you guys over the weekend, I got into the Bitcoin trade when I couldn't sleep. So.
Oh, yeah. How's it working out?
Yeah. Well, it worked fine. So, yeah, it was about 5:20 a.m., 5:10 a.m. I got into this little 15-minute short, and I wrote it down and bought the cover ahead of this demand down here on a 1 hour. But the whole reason I took it was because it did run into this 4-hour supply, which would have been, the 12th around 3 p.m. my time. So it was already bouncing off of a higher time frame supply. So I just felt pretty good about it. I mean, 4-hour supply, 1 hour demand, but in the context of this 4-hour supply bounce, it formed a 15-minute supply. So I decided to take that bounce. So I felt pretty good about it because it had already hit a higher time frame zone to give me a temporary reversal. I mean, albeit in an uptrend, right? But just playing around with it. I think that's the second Bitcoin trade I've ever taken on a weekend. I took one other one that was a really nice winner. So actually, I lied yesterday, Alex. I told you I was retiring 1 for 1 on the weekend trade. I'm actually 2 for 2 because I do remember I did take that other one over on a Saturday as well. Or maybe it was either Friday night. I think it was actually Friday night, which is still technically the weekend here in the States. So Friday night, I think I closed it out Saturday night or Sunday or something. So I should probably retire, Michael. What do you think? 2 for 2 on weekend trades.
Hey,
be the world champion.
Might as well.
But I got $280 off of it. I mean, it was a pretty good trade. Well, Michael, the whole reason I took the trade was because I was just digging a little deeper, kind of like I did the weekend before, digging a little deeper into supply and demand. I just studying some other things. I'm just going to start watching a video or two every weekend. Seems to be working well and helping me out with the nuances, even more so than they've ever have. So, yeah, I just tested out the theory on it. It worked like a charm. And I was almost going to buy the daily or the 1 hour to take it the other way, but I didn't want to get too greedy. Looked like that would have been about a 1.5 to 1, so nothing crazy, but I might have ultimately got up there, depending on how I would have put my stop loss down here. But yeah, didn't want to push the envelope or press my luck, so ended up getting out of it. But yeah, right now it's all about the current trade, and like I say, just going to see if this former resistance can become support and see if that'll power me the rest of the way to my ultimate take profit. But either way, profit on the pound Aussie. Definitely going to have profit on these 2 Bitcoin trades, and looking good so far. So yesterday was pound Aussie. Today is Euro Aussie. So the common theme is buy the Aussie. But I did just get into this one a little bit ago, and then I'll pass this over to you guys, see what you guys are up to. But so very similar picture to the pound Aussie. So pound Aussie 1 hour, Flip over to the Euro Aussie. The picture looks very similar. So 1 hour supply. And on this one, just kind of bounced into that 15-minute supply within the 1 hour. So it'd be that red candle right there with the fair value gap coming out of it. That's really the last inefficiency I saw from candle to candle. Skip the leg out candle. But everything else looks pretty efficient up here. So took a sell on the supply there. Tell you what, it was kind of, nice. It was a little bit, it was tough waiting because, you know, sometimes the 1 hour itself will grab it and push it the other way.
Uh-huh.
But I wanted to be patient, and I was sitting here waiting like, okay, finger was hovering over the sell button. No, you got to wait, Tiger. You got to wait.
Yeah.
But the reason
easy, Tiger.
The reason I helped, yeah. But this helped me to have the patience to wait because, you know, if I would have taken in just the 1 hour zone, well, I would have been ignoring that inefficiency just above it. So had to wait for the 15-minute candle to get a better risk reward and all that now. And pretty much have about a 25 pip, 23 pip, something like that to the stop loss. So we'll see how it goes. Just leave it up to chance at this point.
Nice.
Leave it up to chance. So, but yeah, that's pretty well where I'm at. Let me double check. Are we going to do news at 3:30 today? 3:30. Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
Got it.
Well, yeah. What's up? We got a few people in the chat. What's up, Nigel, Coach James, of course. Always appreciate you. What's going on? Sympathy.
Side? Sire?
Sire? I would say Side.
Sire,
Side looks like Side.
Yeah. Yeah. That's the way I see it too. It's a Mexico thing, living in Mexico, right?
Maybe. What else would it be? Sire? No, Side?
I think Sire. I guess it's Sire.
Yeah.
Let us know, boss. Let us know that we can make sure we pronounce it right.
Yeah, is it Side or is it Sire? Yeah.
Sire. Yeah. Gold just exploded up, he said. Yeah, we'll have to take a look at gold. We'll have the news here in 2 minutes. And yeah, on the other side, we'll take a look. Did you gents have any trades that you're looking at the moment when we come back from news?
Yeah, I'm actually in AUD CAD. Short.
Okay.
I'm filled at 35 and where price is at 18. So it's not too far profit, but yeah, something
definitely
pretty
have
close.
to take a look at them.
We'll get into. Yeah, then I want to show these three trades actually from last week, which I was in because remember I had the pretty good day on Friday, and I was like, I'll probably be done. I'm like, unless these set up perfectly, which was EU, GU, and UF, and they actually all set up. So I split up all three of the risk on them, and I'll show how
three-way
those
risk.
look now.
Okay. Nice.
Yeah, and what they look like on Friday. So I'll show all of that. I didn't want to give back any money after that day, so I just split all the risk by 3. But I got a good screenshot. You guys can kind of see exactly where I was in each of them, and we can kind of go over that too. So pretty interesting to see.
Yeah, and then we also have a dollar Canada dollar from Nigel. We'll take a look at that. Hello, Star Boy. So yeah, dollar CAD and gold when we come back. But yeah, here we're about 15 seconds. We'll flip on over to the news, and I'll let you all know what's up. Let you know what's going on. Let me get my calendar ready. In the meantime, today is Tuesday, September 16th.
Run to your newsroom.
All right, let me run. Here we go. All right, back. All right, what's up, Forex Fire family? Strap in, because we have got a whole lot of market moving madness to break down from yesterday and a packed calendar for today. It's like the economic world decided to chug a triple espresso. They're getting jittery. Let's start with the main event everyone is watching, the Federal Reserve. The U.S. dollar has been getting pummeled like a piñata at a 5-year-old's birthday party, or Coach Michael's party that he's going to have later today, hitting its lowest levels since late July. Why is that? Well, because the market is absolutely convinced the Fed is going to cut rates by a quarter point later today, and they're not stopping there. Traders are pricing in at least one more cut before we ring in the new year. Even President Trump got in on the action, taken to social media to, unsurprisingly, demand a bigger cut. So, because when he has subtle indirect pressure, ever been his style? Has indirect pressure ever been his style? We all know the answer to that. So this all sets up a massive day with the FOMC decision, updated economics, and a press conference from Chair Powell that will be dissected more intensely than a frog in a high school biology class. This dollar weakness was the jet fuel for just about everything else yesterday. The euro-US dollar currency pair was on an absolute tear, appreciating for a fourth straight day to test multi-week highs near the 1.179 level. The bulls are now eyeing the July peak around the 1.183 level. It seems hopes for a dovish Fed are outweighing any concerns about French debt or other Eurozone domestic issues, at least for now. We did get some Eurozone data yesterday with industrial production and the German ZEW, the Zoo Economic Sentiment Survey. But let's be honest, they were basically background noise compared to the Fed circus that's coming to town. Over in the United Kingdom, the pound was also flexing, with the GBPUSD currency pair climbing to 2-month highs above the 1.36 handle. The UK jobs report was a bit of a mixed bag, but ultimately solid enough. The unemployment rate held steady at 4.7%, and wage growth, while cooling slightly, is still running hot. This gives the Bank of England more reason to just stand there and look thoughtful when they meet tomorrow, rather than actually do anything with the rates. The real test for the pound comes today with the UK Consumer Price Index inflation data. A hot print could really put the cat amongst the pigeons and give the BOE even more reason to stay put. Now, it wasn't all about Europe, so the commodity currencies were also feeling the love, from a weaker greenback. The Australian dollar briefly touched a 10-month high before pulling back slightly. It got an extra boost from news that the U.S. and China reached a commercial agreement to transfer TikTok into U.S. ownership, which apparently is our new barometer for global trade relations. Who knew a social media app for dance videos could be so economically significant? The Kiwi, or the New Zealand dollar, was a bit more cautious, trading sideways as everyone holds their breath for New Zealand's second quarter GDP data comes out tomorrow, which is expected to show a contraction. And speaking of commodities, let's talk about the shiny stuff. Gold hit a fresh all-time high, people. No surprise there. It briefly touched the $3,680 per troy ounce level before entering a bit of a consolidation phase. The classic buy the rumor, sell the news might be in play here as traders take some profit ahead of the Fed. But with rate cut bets soaring and geopolitical tensions still simmering, any dip might just be a buying opportunity. And silver also joined the party, soaring to its highest level since 2011. It's like the poor man's gold decided it's tired of being poor and is moving into a penthouse suite. Even oil got in on the action, with WTI climbing for a third day to trade around $63.20 per barrel. This wasn't about Fed cuts, though. This was good old-fashioned supply risks. Ukrainian drone attacks on Russian oil infrastructure, including a key export terminal and a major refinery, have traders worried about potential disruptions. It's a stark reminder that geopolitics is always lurking in the background, ready to spike the punch bowl when you least expect it. So what's on the docket for today? Well, besides the absolute monster that is the Fed decision, we've got a decent warm-up act. From the U.S., we get retail sales and industrial production data for August. While they probably won't change the Fed's mind for today, they will be crucial for shaping the narrative of the next meeting. We'll also get Canada's CPI inflation, which will be the final big data point the Bank of Canada digests before its own rate decision tomorrow. It's a central bank bonanza, and we've got front row seats. So to all you traders out there, get your charts ready, maybe double check your risk management, and brace for volatility. This is where the rubber meets the road. Let's have a great trading day, and I'll see you on the other side as soon as I get you the times on the economic calendar. Again, today is Tuesday, so we've got the Canada CPI at 8:30 New York time, so that's Eastern Standard Time. At the exact same time, 8:30 is when the dollar retail sales comes out. So that's the two red folder events, the two high-impact events that we have coming today. Again, final warm-up before tomorrow's rate statements come out for Canada and obviously the U.S. dollar. So, yeah, that's about all I got on the economic front. Back to you guys. We'll get back into some more charts. All right.
Great job as always.
Good stuff. The calm before the storm, right?
Yeah.
The calm.
Speaking of storm, I didn't even know it's raining. It's raining here.
Oh, where you're at?
And yeah, I can't tell in the office here, but when I walk outside the office and the skylights are right there. So when the water hits it, it sounds loud as hell. So I can hear it. I'm like, oh, I didn't even know it's pouring down right now.
Yeah, we had a little rain overnight too, but it must have been pretty light because I didn't hear it. I must have fallen asleep right as it started.
Well, as long as it was ready on the parade last night, that's the main thing. That's the best part. Like, what? It actually started raining here? Good thing this didn't happen last night.
Yeah. I threaten every winter when it turns winter here. I threaten to
rain on the parade. See what I did there? Right.
Let me think here. Michael, did you want to tackle the gold and the dollar CAD that was requested? Or did you want me to look at it from supply and demand? It doesn't matter to me.
I can grab it. I want to show a few things here anyway, too. Then we can kind of see.
And Alex, as always, just feel free to step in if you get a quick little trade. Just interrupt us, and that's kind of how we do it here. We step on toes, especially on the quicker traders, right? Me and Michael are traditionally a little bit higher time frame, but yeah, it's all you, brother. If you see something, you just step in and move us out the way.
Yes, please do.
Yep.
Cool. So USD CAD. Funny enough, this is one of those trades that kind of just weirdly end up going. I saw this yesterday, as you guys can see. I even have this. The strings on here. I did not take this trade. I want to throw that out there. I did not take this trade. All right.
Didn't take it. Why the hell not? It looks so pretty.
Right. This was way too short. By the time I actually took this trade, which it wouldn't have been here, it would have been over here.
Yeah.
Right, this would have been super short. Yeah, it was a 3-for-1, but this could have easily. Oops, let me scoot those over. This could have easily bounced off of here, off the 200, and kind of went towards the, went back the other way. So I did not take it. I was close to taking it though. That's why I have these on here. Reason being, right? We had this 1350. Oops. 1350 cross. So we know we were in level 1. All right. So level 1 short. Once again, the only thing is I don't like it when it's so close to this area. Like I want it to be at least halfway. So let's say if I did want to short it here, and I wouldn't have not taken it here, to be honest. I probably would have taken it towards the 800. So let's say I want it to at least be 1.5. So if this is 3, in this case, I want it to be 3.5. This is like 1.25, so it's actually close, to be honest. It's not bad. This is just very short. Like when I take this level 1 trade, I don't want the 200 EMA to be right here. That's really close. So I had it marked up, but I didn't take this trade. This was just something that I was looking at. This went, but it didn't give me an opportunity to get in, so to speak.
No.
Right. So I did not take
Yeah, I
this.
see now.
But to
800 in your way.
let's see here. Yeah, and this is just really tight. Like this is a very tight move. Like when I look at it right here, I would have took this trade if I were to take it. I would have took it right here on the short side. So let me make this red to make it congruent. But yeah, just the fact that I would have took it in the 200 is 10 pips, way too close for me. Just way too close. So I did not take this. And if you kind of look at I'm sitting in this range. Yes, hindsight worked out, right? And it did end up going, but kind of just sitting in the same area. So I didn't really like that too much. So I did not take this trade. Just want to throw that out there. Would have been nice, but I did not take that. Just to be totally honest, that's not my setup. I don't like it when it's that close like that. And once again, it's set at the same price for a long Thursday, all the way until right. So 3 to 7 here. It's not cute at all. But USD CAD, to answer your question, Nigel, for me, we got this 5,200 cross at this point, right? So we know we are in level 2 shorts, right? And I would just be simply looking for some type of pattern off this 200. So it's trying to come up. Let me get something like this back to the downside. Oh, the 80-hour lows all the way over here. This probably will not happen today. Maybe tomorrow, right? If this does even set up, right? The same thing, market baseline coming back above the static for the reload. Of course, we need that reload. Right, let me copy that. And yeah, that move will look something like this to the downside. Now, in this case, we do want the 800 EMA to close. Price to close below this 800 EMA. So we want to probably put it somewhere down here. So barely a 2-for-1, somewhere around there. Right. So I will be looking to short this around 37.95, somewhere around there. As long as it's a close below the 800 EMA, that would look something like this for me. So USD CAD, not ready just yet, but it would look something like that. Nigel, and then it looks like he's asking for NAS 100.
And just
loud.
for
if my internet cuts out for whatever reason, it's the storm. It's super loud. I'm surprised you guys didn't hear that.
No, yeah, and just to follow up on dollar CAD, I mean, I need price to come down because I've got this thing long, just for a little more context, because it is given a bullish score of +7, but it's too expensive for me to want to buy it, and the demand zones I'm looking at are quite far down, so 1.37 at minimum, but preferably something like a 1.362 level is what I'm looking at, where there's a little confluence with 4-hour inside of a daily. Not quite feeling it on the higher one I just mentioned, the 1.7 level. It is a cycle level. It does have a little bit of an acceleration gap coming out of it, but it's not the highest probability. So yeah, I mean, I could definitely see that thing coming down in the meantime, because I'm not buying it anytime soon. I don't see anything good in the way unless we drop another, at least 100, 120 pips. to a cheaper price.
Right.
So yeah, I could definitely see it going down. Possibly.
Yeah, even if we kick this up towards the higher time frame, I mean, there's a lot going on here. This to me looks like a nice reset off of this 800 EMA. This is more than likely towards the downside. Clearly, I can't say that, but I'm looking to short this.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is pretty evident, right? Like, I just want to see, which we kind of already have, right? Like some type of like head and shoulders pattern off this 800 level and this is the 4 hour. So just even kicking it up, this looks short all day to me. But yeah, pull up a little bit to around this area.
I'd be hella interested.
Yeah,
I mean, in the meantime, I mean, I'd be going against my fundamentals, but again, there's no real good demand zones. And plus, where it did kind of turn around up there at the 1.3890 level, I mean, that was right in a daily supply zone. So, no wonder it's pushing down and making some stronger lows. It dropped through a 4-hour demand as well. Where you've got your kind of entry, your projected entry, that's pretty well where there's a 1-hour supply zone. So I'm actually going to put an alert on this thing right there in that area. Now that I see that, yeah, we'll throw that up there for Friday.
Yep.
So yeah, thanks a lot, Nigel. Thanks a lot for that question because it helped me look at it in a different context for an alert set myself. Good stuff. We're all one big happy team here, right?
Oh yeah, for sure. Oh. Next, we got NAS 100 on here. Yeah, this bad boy is just not slowing down, not one bit. It's like open road, open road for NAS 100, gold, and a few other pairs, right? Like,
going
why
crazy.
Slow down when there's nothing in front of me? I get it.
Oh, guess what, Michael?
Yeah.
So I've been telling you for the last 3 weeks that the indices haven't been on my list. I haven't even been paying attention to them. Guess what jumped onto my bullish list?
Oh,
NASI.
NAS 100.
It's now a +5. Okay. Yeah, it's a +5. Now this could obviously change tomorrow with the rate this isn't coming out, but for 2 days now it's on there. So yeah, I'm looking to try to buy it myself.
That's nice.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Oh, I heard your thunder. I heard your thunder that time.
Oh, okay. It is pouring down outside. That is crazy.
Yeah,
we don't even get rain like that. Like hardly ever.
Alex, I don't think we hear your volume, brother. I think you might have it off again. Yeah. Just nope. Still no volume.
No.
We'll get it up there in a minute, hopefully. Yeah, that was a good bolt of lightning though, or thunder. Good thunder.
It's definitely about to pour down over here, sounds like. Well, cool. Nigel, just even for NAS 100 for you, same thing. All right, just looking for this. We got the 5200 cross, market baseline, went above the static for the reload, and price has not touched this 200. So I'm looking for it to come down. Give me some type of structure off this 200 level and then come back up. Right, so still long, but I do want to see it pull back. Let me get a little discount, as Tiger would say, right? Some discounted crab legs.
Crab legs
first.
That's right. I want my crab legs discounted.
Right. For sure. So I hope that works out for you. And yeah, if you got any questions on those two markups, just let me know. I can kind of break it down a little bit further. But yeah, level 2 longs on NAS 100 and then USD CAD. I'm looking for level 2 shorts at this point. So hopefully that helps.
I think gold.
Cool. So I do want to show something. Oh, gold?
Yeah,
Was that gold on there too? Oh, okay.
yeah, it
I
was a
missed
little
gold.
higher
My
up.
bad.
Senor
Okay,
Sire.
so all
CD.
right. So gold. Whoa, gold looks kind of like NAS 100, right? So still have
Yeah,
not gotten this bounce off this 200 level yet. So I'm
very
still looking for
similar.
it to come down a bit. Yeah, they look nearly just alike. High as hell, waiting for a pullback to the
Yeah.
200.
Yep. Pricey.
Same thing. Yes, super pricey. It's like all of them are at an all-time high. As expensive as they can get,
Yep.
right? So
That's
same
it.
thing with this one. You can see here, yes, it went all the way up, but if once the 5,200 cross, if you pay attention, price has not touched the 200 at all. So I'm still waiting for it to pull back. And I've been saying, if it doesn't pull back to this 200, I'm not touching it yet. I need it to come down here. Otherwise, if it
Uh-huh.
just continues to bounce off the 50, that's not a real set for me. That's not a setup. That is more of a, oh, I think it's going up. Let me just jump in. And yeah, that's not going to work. So I need
Yeah.
more context in that. So
A little bit of more information. Yeah.
yes. So I've been passing on this. I know a lot of people just buying gold, just buying it, just like they're just buying Bitcoin. But chart wise, yeah, it's going up for sure. But moving in the next move in the cycle, it's not really it. So hopefully that helps as well.
Mm. I need a big discount.
Cool. Yes. So let me pull something up really quick. On Friday, I was in after that. What was that? What did I take? I forgot what I took on Friday. But anyway, I was like, oh, these three trades are still possibly setting up, but they were late in the day, right? It was after 10. We had late news at 10 on Friday. But I still was looking for
Mm-hmm.
UF, EU, and GU. And I said, I set some alerts, and I said, I'll just watch them. If they set up, I'll take them. Um, if they all set up, I'll just, split up the risk. And that's exactly what I did, ladies and gentlemen. So I just want to show this really quick. So as you can see on UF, I was in at 79.64 short, right? EU, I was in at 17.30 long. And on GU, I was in at 35.62 long. Right now, these set up later in the day, like after 12, and I really don't like taking trades after 12 on Friday, but they all did set up. I'm saying I'll put half risk on, and I'll just split up the risk between the rest, right? So super small positions. That's why it's so little. But I did want to just show these. So starting with UF,
Yeah.
we're in at 79.64, right? So let's just round it up, say 79.65 on UF. So 79.65 UF shorts. 79.65 UF shorts. Did I share the wrong thing? I think I did. Yep, I did. Oh, let's see here.
Showed the three of them for a second there. Or for a minute.
Oh,
Oh, I need
okay.
to add my trade.
Why is it like this? Okay, I don't know why. Oh, you know what it is? It was a small screen for some reason. Okay, so UF 79.64. So let's go to UF. And I actually already have these marked up, but just to show it. So I took these trades um, again on Friday, but let me mark these up really quick just to kind of point out the context of, again, the cycle of what we're looking at. So, right, we got the 5,200 cross. So we know we are in level two short. Let me try that again. Okay, cool. Leverage. Right, and then as always always point out the next move in the cycle is a pattern off the 200. Now, in this case, we don't have a real pattern off the 200. The only thing we have is this V. And you guys know, if you've paying attention to the screen, I do not take the V's. You just got this run up and this drop. That's nothing. For me, that is absolutely.
Do you have legs up there? Or was that, I mean, the V for one, but was that legs or bodies? I can't quite see that.
Good question. Yeah, so we do got some body on there. This green one right here.
Oh, okay. Bodies are good, but no V's. Stay away from the V's.
Exactly. Unless you want to become a victim. That's what V stand for, victim.
V is for vendetta or victim. Yeah.
Right.
Take your pick. Pick your poison.
Right. Exactly. Colin says that would be gambling. Yeah, you take the V's, you're gambling with that because this could easily come back for a second leg, stop you out, and then drop. And you're like, I should have waited. Yeah. And always remember how I always point out the M's, right? I always point out the M's and take these patterns, and I always point out the W's. If you really think about it, let me scoot this over just a bit. If you really think about it, at one point, if you did try to take this move, this was a V at one point. And what happened? It came back, probably stopped you out, and then went in your intended direction. So anytime you see a V or a W, I'm sorry, a M or a W, just remember that at one point that was a V, right? And everyone knows about double bottoms and double tops. So don't take the V. You end up getting stuck. All right, but I got this red line on here to actually represent where I actually got in here on those three pairs that I just showed you. First one was 79.65. So crazy enough. Now this is Friday, so I closed the trade, obviously. Right, so I didn't open this. I didn't hold this until over the weekend into Sunday, right? But this is a perfect example of how market makers actually will use that exact tactic and say, oh, okay, we know they don't like to hold the trades over the weekend. And this is the time that they get to use one of their, what I like to call, tools in their utility belt, right? To actually be able to move the market without you in it. So, yes, I was in this trade, but I'm not into just jumping back into on Sunday just because I wanted to hold it over the weekend. Like I wouldn't do that. I would have waited for it to a second move, which it never did in this case. Right. But as you can see, I literally got into this trade all the way up here for the shorts. And of course, this went right to TP. I didn't draw this on here today. This was on here from Friday. Right. So the strings are still on here. This trade, bam, would have went perfect. If this would have been a move that would have been, let's say, not Friday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, right? It would have probably continued to go to the downside, and this just would have been, the move. But so this is one UF. But when I see things like this, it's like, do you feel bad for not being in a trade? No, I actually don't. I stuck to my rules. I followed my process, and they happen to not gap up, right? Some platforms you can't even hold trades over the weekend. Right, so this was nothing for me. I would use this as like what you say, Tiger, psychological win or whatever it is, right? Like this still
moral victory
happening.
Moral victory.
Moral victory. Right, so this one worked out perfect. Right, the next one was EU. I bought EU at 17.31. So let's go to EU. Let's do the same thing. Remember, EU and UF pretty much not all year round, but a lot of the times they're the opposite. So if I'm buying one, you can short the other, right? And especially if the pattern sets up the way this did, right? So same exact thing. Let's kind of run through this, right? We got the 5,200 cross. So we know we are in level 2 longs, right? So L2 long. And then we're looking for some type of pattern off the 200. Now we talked about this last week, Tiger, with this wick, right? Remember I said I mentioned I wanted to take this, but we had this huge wick right here, and it's changed the game. So I stepped away when I saw that, right? But nonetheless, the move was still there. We had some type of W pattern off the 200. The next move is some type of bounce off the 50 to the upside. That would be my predicted move. That's the next move in the cycle, right? But again, take this move, kind of stay stagnant. Of course, too much action happens. Boom, you close the trade. Don't hold it over the weekend because, again, this was Friday. Sunday opens up right here. Right at this green line is actually where I had the where I entered this trade from what I showed you guys. And sure enough, this thing just continues to go up, right? If you would have entered on here, you probably would have had your stops right below here and targeted somewhere here. So, which would be this blue tracer. This would be the high over here. So yeah, this nice 1 for 1.69 continue to go, right? So once again, just like UF, Sunday open, they hit it one more time and they continue to move to the upside, right? Just picking up where they left off on Friday. Yeah. So that's two moves that they just use one of their moves in their utility belt, right? And then lastly, we got GU. GU, same exact thing. On GU, I was in at 35.62, and that's exactly what this green line is, 35.62. So same thing. This looks just like EU, like almost identical. The only thing that they don't have is this was no huge wick to the 800 like EU was. That's the only difference, right? But we got the 5,200 cross to the upside, right? So we know we are level 2 long. And what do we have from here? Right? This is a V. Once again, there's no anything, there's just a V. But the next move is the bounce off the 50 to the upside. And again, sure enough, that's exactly what happens. Right? Got in a little bit here, 36.62. Nice move to the upside. This was a 4.5. Like, would he have gotten that? Probably not. He would have targeted right here, got you a 1.66, and that would have been it. And the move would have just continued to happen. But we'll see. Three moves that market makers said, oh, we just hold that level, right? We'll pick up on Sunday. So funny to see that work out like that. Just super sneaky. These guys are super sneaky. Right. So anyway, I just wanted to point those three things out.
Very cool.
Yeah.
Well, they saw you wasn't in, and they said, "We'll just give it to him. It's that way he can have his moral
keep
victory.
moving.
We ain't playing it, so we might as well give him his victory.
We'll keep it.
His moral victory."
Yes.
Love that.
That's all they have for me. Moral victories. That's it. Right.
But it's
yeah,
just some good psychology behind the market makers, like you were explaining.
Yeah.
You know,
and if you remember the last one I pointed out too, when I mentioned how I said, hey, this is a perfect example of how the market makers move during what was that? Oh, it was NFP. Perfect example. I'm like, look, this would be the next move in the cycle, but you don't really want to be traded NFP, right? So they move throughout that cycle. And that's exactly when they kind of set that up.
filthy bastages.
Here it is right here. So yeah, same exact thing. Right? You got the 5,200 cross. So you know you're level 2 long. Again, this is nothing. I can't zoom in here. This is a markup, so I can't like touch the screen or anything. But if you look at the top where it says this is nothing, there's no reload off the TDI. So that first box area is nothing. But moving to the right, you see where it says HB off the 200, 1 for 1.25. Nice half back pattern. off the 200, right? You could have caught that first move. The next move is off the 50. But what happens? You see, this is a perfect example of how the market makers move I put the news, but on the news. This is NFP Friday with a smack TP, but again, this is one of the several tactics that they have that they can use against you. Really, is to just move throughout the news. And another one would be what we were just talking about, how they would just hold it and continue the move on Sunday, right? So just sneaky, altogether sneaky. But this is what I'm in right now, actually. I don't normally take this trade, just to be fully transparent. The only time I take this trade is when I have a nice trap pattern. And in fact, I'm actually about to close this. Let me see. We are up, $35. So nothing really. I'll share this really quick just so you guys can see it. But I just took this on one of my other accounts. So it's only up $35, as you can see here. I'm gonna go ahead and close this out. And reason being is, guys. Oh, did they just show? Am I sharing my screen? Okay. Let me try that again. Okay, here we go. I don't know why that happened. Yeah, so it's only up $33. As you can see, our field price was in at 91.88. It's at 79, so it's only up 9 pips, right? But the move that I'm looking for, right, it will be something like this. Remember, I don't take the peak. I always say this, but there's only one reason that I would take the peak, and I'm going to point it out right now. Right, so this is the exact move. If you guys can see this, like I don't even know what to say. This is nearly crystal clear, right? You want to see something like this and drop back to the downside, right? I want to catch this move right here. That move will be somewhere right here, which is kind of where it's going back to, which is why I'm finna close this, right? Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Let me take that off. I want this one. Okay, cool. Right, and then just touching this peak right there. This is same thing.
Coach Michael, I hate to interrupt you, but I do have a trade at this current point in time.
Oh, snap.
Yeah, let's see it.
So if
Let's see it. Back in, let's get it to Alex's screen.
There we go. We're here. Okay, so let me just get rid of this so we can just see a little bit better. So actually, Forex pair, we're not on gold, we're not on oil, we're not on any of that stuff. Now, I know this looks like it's ranging a little bit. It is the start, so I have hopped in. I think this is going to be fine. So this is the setup for what we're looking at right now. Now, if anyone has some questions, if I can look at the chat, Starboy, thank you for welcoming me. I appreciate that. You can ask the questions here, and I will go into it if you need me to. But this is our last little bit of market structure, hence why my stop loss is here. And we're going up to our first target, which we are shooting for at this current point in time. Now, we do know if this is 6.6 pips, that as soon as it hits 3.3, which would roughly be here at this current point, which it's literally just about to hit now, we will be moving our stop to break even. So we just need it to jump up a micro pip, in which case I'd probably say this is it. This is the touch. Now, if you were in this trade, what we would be doing, as we've talked about before, is don't actually move it to right at break even. That's not what we want to do. We do want to cover our brokerage fees, put it a pip above, 2 pips. Obviously, when we are in the scalping market, sometimes that's not able to happen, but definitely put it a pip up, put it something around here. That's absolutely fine. And we'll just be able to see if it moves and shoots up. Because again, guys, we want impulsive moves. So it's okay if it comes down and it wants to hang around here. We're not really interested in those moves anyway. That's not for us. We don't really want to be involved in those. So just making sure that there's no questions in the chat. Yeah, cool. So as we can see through here, did mess around in the range, but we had a beautiful retouch on that London session VWAP here. Almost immediately had this, as we call it, or as I refer to it, that touching of the hot plate, touching of the oven, whatever you want to call it. We retouch and just shoot up. And there's our take profit, guys. That's it. That's the trade. Over, done. We're in and we're out in a couple of seconds, a couple of minutes in this one, and it is heading a lot higher. Now, we could be looking at something like this. If it is looking so bullish in the future, feel free to have a trailing stop loss. Absolutely. We talked about this the other day, yesterday, in fact, about why I would stay into a trade. This is probably the best picture you could have of it. It's moving so bullishly, unless we leave right now with a massive wick, which we haven't really. I'd be chucking my stop loss somewhere just below my profit line here and just letting that fly to the next line, just because of how bullish it is. Now, guys, something like this, maybe we could be looking at the same thing, but this has been so bullish. This is very momentous. It's very impulsive. And as you can see, in just a few short moments, we came up, we collected that take profit. And yes, it does move very fast, so you got to get in. But as I said yesterday, to anyone that does follow, make sure you've got your trading set up. Make sure you're ready with your Ola Prime account. You're set up, you're waiting, you're willing, you've got everything ready. As I've said before, guys, you'll probably already know where our last low is, our market structure. I use this particular one here, position lot size calculated by Sonar Lab. I'll already have where my entry is going to be and my stop loss. Take profit can be wherever. And as the trade starts to progress, I can simply put with this wonderful indicator here, I can just drag it. If I get into it in a second here, let me just get this out of the way. So if I do, I can drag it down, I can drag it up, so I can move it along with the market, and it'll be constantly telling me what my lot size is. So it's a really, really handy free indicator there. As you can see here, if I've got a $10,000 account and 1% risk, it's going to tell me where it is. And I always know where my stop's going to be anyway, so you can just follow along. Now, obviously, when you're just beginning, it's going to be a little bit harder, but as you can see through here, once you do start to get the hang of it, when that does come out, you'll already know your lot size. Pop it in, move your stop loss, drag and drop it, whatever you need to do, and then just hop into the market. But yeah, well, I'll watch this, see where it goes. I'll have my little trailing stop loss here, but for those of you that would trade this strictly to the rules, you would be out on this green line here. So that was the trade. Very fast, very furious, and yeah, we're done. That's how it goes in the scalping session. That's for sure.
That's as scalpy as it gets.
So, right. He said as scalpy as it gets. Right. I got a question for you, Alex.
Go for it.
Can you explain your? So I know you're out of this trade because you just hit TP. Can you explain your? Let's say if you didn't just get out of it and you want to trail your stop, what's your method for it exactly?
So what I'd love it to do initially is have some impulsive moves. So that's what I want to see as a very basic thing. If I'm not seeing these big impulsive candlesticks, then I'm never going to hop into the game. For example, if we were looking at something like this, it's not impulsive. We're just kind of messing around. We're slowly going up. We're taking our time. Okay, great. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about something in this section here where we're really just blasting off. Something kind of in this section again here from these three candles where we really see that bullishness. Even this entire move here, great impulsive move, very strong. It's bullish. You can't say it's anything else. I mean, we've got one tiny bearish candlestick in there. So all I'm looking for then is these big impulsive moves. And once that happens, I'm just going to chuck my stop loss right underneath where my original take profit would be. And I would just let the market go on from there. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Yep, absolutely.
Absolutely.
Okay,
Cool.
okay, gotcha.
Can we lose you there for a
My
second,
bad,
Michael?
guys. It's raining here. It was delicious there.
Yeah.
It seems like everything is fine now. Yeah, it's pouring down here right now.
Does it?
Yeah, I can hear it.
Oh, that's crazy. Let me see here.
Okay, cool.
Good stuff.
Yeah, I was just wondering because I know everybody has like their own tactic to be able to know yours.
Excuse me.
Yeah. Cool. Well, I'll hand it back over to you, Coach Michael. I know I cut you off midway, so if you want to get back into the groove of things, I can stop sharing over here and hand the reins back on over to you. Until the next trade.
Gotcha.
Yeah, Michael.
Sweet. Well, yeah, back in,
I
get it
see
back
this.
over to my side.
I was just looking at your radar over there. Yeah, I do see the big old storm clouds ahead of you or above you.
Oh yeah. If I
Looking
start
quite-
freezing up for whatever reason, then that's why it's pouring down right now.
Yeah. Yeah. You got some big red cells ahead above you. Down through Belize and Guatemala and all that area. Don't get blown off the beach.
Oh no,
Right there, Michael.
he's getting blown off the beach.
Oh, there he is. Yeah, it just kind of loses you for a few seconds now and then, but you're back now. It looks like.
Okay, yeah. Seem like you guys are good. All right, back in. If we can get my screen pulled back up here, I think it just stopped. So we'll see.
Okay.
All right. Well, cool. I actually just closed this trade. Sorry, I was trying to close it while what's the name? But he had that trade pop up, which is great. So just closed this. It was only a $36 profit, so not nothing at all. But reason being, exactly how I always draw this structure, I'm expecting price to pull down, will break that level, which it did, and then pull back, right, and hit this. So I don't want to be holding this right back to break even level. I'd rather just take this trade again, as I always mentioned. Just, get out of it and get back in. But yeah, once that happens, we are level 1 short. All right. Level 1 short here. So same exact thing is what I'm looking for over here.
I feel like.
Right. And then we got this, which would be the peak high here. Just how it is over here. So I put PH for peak high. All right, so yeah, this is the exact same thing that I'm looking forward to occur over here. So didn't want to be in this anymore. And let me explain why. So this is what I'm looking for. I'm looking for price to pull back, hit this 50, and then drop. That's the next move in the cycle. Right, so I'm going to erase all of this, and then I'm going to point out the only reason that I would take something and peak in the peak. And this is it right here. When I have this close on this candle, right, a close below the 50, and then this next green candle closes back above, and if I can get a break below this candle, which is this red one here, I would take this trade, which is exactly where I took it at. Right,
Bit of a breakout.
Stops above the swing, and this is more of a candlestick pattern within the cycle. Like I'm expecting price to run down a bit and then pull back. So definitely a super shorter term trade, right? But at the same time, I'm expecting this to go down, break that area, and then pull back. So there's a small area to exploit here. But if it doesn't give me this, what I call this a trap pattern. Let me scoot this over. These three candles right here. Close below, close back above, and then a close below that area, which will be this candle. That's the move. right? And this kind
Confusing.
of didn't really work out great. Yep, this is a trap move. This little move right here is a perfect candlestick trap move. This happens all the time. In fact, if I see this, this is one of the.
Is that the trap house?
You're hilarious. Yeah, it's the trap house.
Oh no!
So back to the weather.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. That's enough of that.
Tiger. You're hilarious, bro.
Oh,
That is gonna be the joke of the day right there. That's hilarious.
That's your
Oh,
service.
man, that was a good one.
All right.
So yeah, when they trapped everybody right here with this move. So I'm
it
I
makes
just want to
sense.
exploit it. So yeah, this is a great candlestick pattern, like trap here. This happens all the time too. If it happens, like when I would say off one of my levels, let's see if I can move this. Yeah, if this was to happen, that exact candlestick pattern to happen off of the exact level that I wanted to. So let's say I wanted this to happen, hey, somewhere over here for me to take this. That actually gives me more confirmation that this would set up. Right? Like I'm tempted to go even heavier on my trade if that candlestick pattern happens right off the 50 in this particular scenario.
Man,
and let's say if
look at
it
that
was
risk
a W
reward.
or ooh, yeah. Gorgeous.
You got a beautiful one there.
Yep. This I'm hoping this sets up. This will be the trade of the week right here. And this is on Tuesday. Right? I'm hoping this sets up. And this can happen today. Today, maybe an Asia session at the latest. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Or if they hold the level, maybe tomorrow, London. But yeah, I will be all over this trade. But anyway, my point was, if I see this candlestick pattern off of my level, I'm even more tempted to, or what would you call it, an odds enhancer, right? This is an odds enhancer if this is to happen off this exact level. So when I see it happen, somewhere over here, how it did. What in the world? I don't know why it does this.
Being touchy on you.
Pouring down.
Yeah, I hear it now. I heard those fat raindrops. Yeah.
Yeah, I can hear it too.
Yeah, the skylight is like right outside of my office. So yeah, it's loud. It's like really loud. Sometimes if I have the door open, it sounds like I'm in the rain outside.
Yeah. Nice.
Right.
Nice.
But yeah, so that is pretty much it for now. Yeah, I just closed that trade out, waiting for this to pull back, kind of hit this level once again, guys.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Around here, right? Smash level. Just a nice pullback. Even a 2 and a quarter would be nice, right? So anywhere in here would be good. So we'll be checking out this one. And I love taking AUD CAD because AUD CAD is one of my stronger pairs to actually take. It tends to actually work out pretty well. How AUD NZD is the worst, AUD CAD and USD CAD are actually my best setup. So I love when I see one of these two set up. It just gives me that much more that much more time. Like, all right, I seem to be smashing the hell out of AUD CAD. So just keep setting up good. I'll keep taking you.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm ultimately long on it, but yeah, same thing. It's just too high up for me to buy it. So I definitely need a retracement. Like always, just go ahead and sell it down to me. I'll take the inventory off your hands and take it to the opposite side. So cool.
It looks like Michael has a Question: what strategy and indicators do you use, Coach Michael? What are the lines who are crossing behind your price? Gotcha. Great question. Let me type this on the screen. So I got two things going on here. One up here is the chart, right? And then on the chart, I have 4 EMAs. The red one is the 13 EMA. The blue one, I guess that's baby blue, right? The other one is royal blue. So I'll put baby blue line is the 50 EMA.
Did you just try typing
The white
spelling
one,
baby BAYBY there for a second?
you know I can't spell tiger. Don't do that.
That only spells Bollinger Bands, everybody.
Oh no!
You know I can't spell.
Gotta keep you on your toes.
Loving belief. What this is.
Right.
Uh,
So yeah, so this is what we got here, Michael, on the charts. These 4 EMAs. This is all I have up here, really. Down here is where we get a little different. Oh, dang, I gotta spell Bollinger Bands. This is the TDI.
you just put TDY.
Ready.
Trader dynamic.
Oh,
So these
Right.
baby blue lines. These are. Come on, Tiger, help me out.
oh, I've told you 3 or 4 times. Let's see if you get it right.
What did you say it was again?
I don't
Dang, I
know.
always forget.
I don't know.
Is it
Oh, it's
1 or
2
2?
L's. It's 2 L's. Yeah, it's
All
2
right,
L's.
all
There
right.
we go.
There you go. Hey, you got it.
Smashed it.
This,
Smashed it out of the park.
Right.
Spelling not required in
Purple line
trading.
is not line.
Thank goodness.
No, thank God for the signal line. What else we got? Yellow. This yellow is what I would call the market baseline. I'll just put. I'll split it up. Market baseline, and then lastly, this white dash. So I'll just put white dash line is what I call the static line. Right, so kind of a lot going on here, but not too much, to be honest. I'm just using both of these in conjunction to kind of figure out where we are in this cycle. And when I say the cycle, I'm referring to this market maker cycle that looks something like this, right? It won't look exactly like this, but it'll look something like this, all right? And I'm just typically 90+% of the time staying away from these 2 levels. And I only just want to trade this level here. And this level here. Okay, not that one. All right, reason Van. This for me is level 1. And I'm looking for some type of bounce off the 50. And then, can you guys hear that? Can you hear this rain?
Yeah. Yeah.
Man, that is so crazy.
It's not bothering. It's not too loud or anything, but no, I can definitely hear it a little bit. It's soothing, actually.
Man.
We need more rain while we trade.
That is crazy. It is pouring down right now. This is very uncommon, to be honest.
I know.
MOW up to 200. Right. So, Michael, this is pretty much what I'm referring to. Hope this answers your question, right? So on the chart, which is I have at the top, right, just these 4 EMAs, this lets me identify where I am in the cycle, whether I'm in level 1 or level 2. And then at the bottom, this TDI kind of just helps me filter out what I'm seeing on the charts more than anything. So hopefully that answers the question. No sleep narrator. Oh man, we can't hear it outside. Oh, okay. Well, yeah.
Rain.
It's a little soothing. My girl loves it when it rains like this. She's like, I can sleep all day if it does this. I'm like, oh, okay.
Oh yeah, me too. Nothing better. There's nothing better.
Some people, she's the raindrop person who likes it. I'm the ocean waves. I like to hear the ocean waves fall.
Yeah, either one, you can't go wrong. Yeah, that's for sure. Either one's good with me. Yeah, well, Nigel,
Michael,
we'll get
hopefully
to
that answers your question.
Yeah, we'll get to DAX here in a moment. The German 30. Nigel was asking about, so we'll definitely check that out. And then just for kicks, we got about
now.
Okay.
Yeah, we got like 30 minutes left before the break.
Yeah, okay. Back in.
Yeah, that's all I was looking at.
Okay. Yeah, I'll just go through the supply and demand side of a couple of these recent ones, and yeah, we'll take a look at some alerts. We'll go to break here in about 28 minutes or so. We'll have a 15-minute break at that point, and then we'll come back. But yeah, unless you guys see anything else, just feel free to jump in. Yeah, German 30. So when it comes to the DAX, Nigel, it's just barely a neutral rating. So I just need one more negative point, and this thing would be bearish. Okay, -5 or less is a bearish score, a bearish rating. So I'm just, chilling there on -4 right now. So it's a little out of whack though, because the banks actually favored, a combination of the banks and the retail trader contrarian signals not really helping us for the bearish narrative, which is when you add it all together, that's why it's coming out to -4. You got a +2 plus a -4, which is -2, plus a -2, which is -4. So that's how we're getting that. So technical score, pretty good for down. Looks like getting a little bit of a downtrend just looking at it on this 4-hour time frame. But we're getting a lot of chop right here. So I'll drill into this a little more here in a second. But and as far as the fundamental analysis goes, just the reports as a whole have been kind of favoring the bearish, just barely. But overall, not really enough to have a strong conviction on a bearish bias. But it's definitely closer to bearish than it is bullish. So we'll take a look from a technical only aspect here and see what we got. So yeah, just starting from the top, looking at a daily time frame over here. I'll get that out of my way for now. But yeah, we do have a daily supply zone right here. So I got that colored in yellow. And then within that daily supply, we got a 4-hour supply. So we got this red candle here with the fair value gap coming out of it. So that's a pretty strong little price action. Now, what would have made this stronger would have been if it could have broken this demand zone down here. But as you can see, if I wrap a rectangle around this down here, you'll see that it got hit and then moved the other way. So we wicked in nicely to this demand, and now it's come back the other way. So that's the only real knock against this zone. Now, the other thing would be if you go further higher up to the left, you got some more zones up top. I do like the 4-hour within the daily. That is obviously one of my all-time favorite confluences, but it's just a little bit sketchy of an area because, again, we have more up top. So could price come through and ultimately come up and test some of these higher zones? We'll see. But, if you're looking to sell the market, then that might be a potential option. I just, again, would personally prefer to see a little bit more, of a negative bearishness, a negative bias add into that -4. So we can get a -5, -6, -7, something like that. But just think of it this way. Right now, the DAX is just getting all this congestion right here. That's just ugly price action when you're looking at it on a 4-hour zone now, a 4-hour time frame. Now, there's people obviously trying to buy the lows. There's people trying to sell the highs. So the ones that are selling these highs, well, they're obviously putting their stop losses above, probably right there in the bottom portion or even higher part of the 4-hour supply zone to add fuel to the fire if the banks were wanting to try to take this market the other way. So they come up and sweep this liquidity. Who knows how high they go? They could just go right straight to the daily zone itself and just skip the 4-hour altogether. But this is really where the subjectivity comes in. It just depends on what kind of a risk reward you want to play with, right? If you want to be ultra conservative, you could obviously, if you want in the trade, guaranteed to get into the trade, you might look at the break of the daily. But if you want to have a little bit better risk reward, a little bit better reward to risk ratio, then you would want to wait for like the 4-hour. And of course, you can always drill down to the 1 hour, to the 30-minute, to the 15-minute. See if you got any zones even higher and really, really increase your rewarded risk. So it's all just depends on how much time you're willing to watch or spend watching this thing. Or, if you don't have the time, I always recommend the 4-hour because just your typical 8 to 5 job, 9 to 5 job, or whatever you guys do, right? You can check that thing every 4 hours, right? That's why it's called a 4-hour candle for a reason. Look at your trades first thing in the morning. You can look at them. Look at your chart again, potentially at lunch, depending on what kind of job you have. If you have a smartphone, or if your boss is like my old boss I used to work for and let me trade while I'm working, right? You can do that. But if nothing else, you can look at that thing before work, during your lunch break, and then after work, right? Every 4-hour increment. That's what I really love about the 4-hour time frame. Just an easy way to do it when you have a regular full-time job. But again, if you've got the ability to be looking at charts more often, then you can really drill down into some smaller time frames. But that's probably the best play I would see. And then you just would want to buy to cover just ahead of this demand. This is a long-term play. Okay, I didn't really drill down in smaller time frames because, again, we got all this chop fest. This is where traders are getting chopped to pieces. That's the diddling in the middle concept I talk about now. Right? So, yeah, if you're looking at this swing low, this little swing high on a daily, right? That's right in the middle. So the concept is you'd want to sell in premium, sell in the top third. Let's just draw it up there just for context. Okay, there's your curve analysis, right? So the red means, unless you're experienced, you're just going to want to stay out of there. That's the diddle in the middle. That's where people are getting beat up. So the idea is you'd be wanting to sell high on the curve, or if you're trying to buy this thing long, you'd be wanting to buy low on the curve. Buy low, sell high. So, but yeah, good luck in this range because this is where people are getting beat up. So just be careful about that. But yeah, if you went to a smaller time frame, if you wanted to play in that chop range, you would at least want to be selling at the upper part of this range, right? So, you do have a potential. Here, let me just get that out of the way. There is a potential supply there, but challenge is it's a little sketchy. Okay, one could potentially be selling in this area, and then just buy at the lower end of the chop zone, right? Because right now, price is just staying sucked inside of the middle. Everything's reverting to the middle. So, yeah, if you're one of those brave souls, you could definitely do that, right? Simple sell at the lower end. But not anything I'd be interested in doing, but that is an option. So it just depends on your risk tolerance. But if you ultimately want to sell at a higher price, right, just look at this like you're trying to sell your used car. You're trying to sell your house. Well, would you rather sell your used car for $23,800? Okay. Or would you rather sell your used car for $24,000? Right? How we buy and sell in markets is how we buy or sell anything in real life. We want to buy at the cheapest and sell for the highest price. right? So, but that's a couple options for you. Again, we're not a signal service, but if you forced me to have to trade the DAX in Germany, well, there's at least a couple opportunities there, just depending on the time of day you want to pay attention to it and your risk tolerance. So, Nigel, hope that helps you out. But yeah, it would obviously help me in getting into one of those options if I had a little bit better of a score. But right now, it's just a -4. -5 to -8 is bearish. -9 or lower is very bearish. So that's kind of the way I look at it. But yeah, that positive sentiment score, definitely not helping the narrative. So I just think there's better things to trade right now, right? So, but I do hope that helps out.
Yeah, it looks
guys,
like
help me with pound.
Starboard was asking about pound.
Yeah.
GU.
Let's take a look. Well, first of all, let's take a look at the top setups page. So pound dollar is just hanging on for dear life. I do have a bullish score of a 5. Okay. So I got some permission to buy it. Didn't really get any help from the big banks. Okay. They did favor the dollar over the pound in the latest buys and sells. Retail traders are net short. So that's a contrarian signal to buy long. So I like that. Trend is up. As far as the fundamental reports, we did the retail sales favored the pound over the dollar. So did the CPI. So did the employment change. So currently does the interest rates. Now the interest rates, everything's going to change over the next day or two, right? For a few different currencies. So that is subject to completely drop pound dollar off my bullish list, depending on how it shapes up. So we'll see. But yeah, as it stands right now, we're good on that. And then obviously the only other items going against it would be the GDP and the seasonality. So those are actually, seasonality is favoring pound dollar shorts. Okay. Historically, the pound dollar performs less, right? Performs under zero or bearish, right? So that's one thing going against. And then obviously the most recent GDP reports favor the dollar over the British pound. So, but yeah, you add it all together, you got a bullish 5. So it gives me permission to buy. So let's go take a look. Okay, just looking at this. Let's see here. So currently we're chewing through a couple supply zones, or trying to. Okay, we're right here, but if you look to the left, we got a 4-hour supply right here. Okay, so I really wouldn't be wanting to buy this thing right now. And then over here, we got another supply inside of this higher time frame. Actually, I need to delete this. So this was a supply zone all on its own, but as you can see, it's already been touched. So I can actually delete that box, but now I'm still left with this box. And then this box up here for, I believe, a 1 hour. Go double check that. Let me make sure I'm giving the correct context here. Yeah, okay. So we got this 1 hour supply right here. And then right here, we got a 4-hour supply. So it's basically a zone on top of a zone. So I have to be aware of these. Because when price left this basing action, you can see it had a pretty strong drop. Strong enough to break a triple bottom. So that shows strength in that supply zone. Same thing with, well, this one was a little bit less strong if we're looking at it, because it didn't really have the strength to break through this demand down here until it bounced off and then rolled back over. So probably not as worried about that. But another thing I have to keep in mind is splitting the difference of those two zones was a former resistance point back here. Actually, a couple. Okay, so with the concept of resistance often becoming support and support always often becoming resistance, that's just something to keep in mind. So we've actually chewed through this zone on the bottom. Now we're in the middle of that 1 hour zone. So here's the way I see this trade. I personally wouldn't want to get into a demand underneath until we break the rest of that supply zone. So down here, I do have a 1 hour demand. And then if we can see price, so in other words, I'm going to delete this old news yesterday, because I drew that up before it hit that bottom zone. Now, what I would want to see, Starboy, I'd prefer to see price break the rest of this supply and close up here somewhere. It can be anywhere up here. Just close and then make another push down into demand for a buy long. That's the way I would prefer to do it, like on a 1 hour time frame. Because you got this demand, but that's really the first inefficiency I see in the market. From the distal line, skip the leg out candle, and then you go to the bottom of that second candle. That's a little bit of a fair value gap right there, right? So that's kind of the way I see that. Just a little bit of a fair value gap showing that this demand zone had some strength. Okay, that doji looking candle with wicks on the top, wicks on the bottom, right? Before this big strong move out. So that's the closest demand zone I see to the origin of this move that started here. But you do have another one a little further down. So, I mean, you know, if that one gets broken, you got another one down here. Not the greatest because this candle didn't even go down. This is basically that ugly wick that we had on 9/11 from the, what was it? The jobs report and the CPI, I think it was.
Right.
Yeah. So we had a lot of ugly wicks on a lot of currencies from that price action. But anyway, yeah, this is the best 1 hour zone I see. Now, if you wanted to be going down to some smaller time frames, let's see here. Yeah, you got a lot of congestion in this area. So I would probably be afraid to. I would prefer just to see a pullback to that zone there. It's a little ways away. I mean, you're talking about having to wait, you know, I mean, it's 80 pips away. But again, if I'm going to buy a market that's giving me a bullish signal, then I have to see it continue to finish chewing through overhead resistance or overhead supply zones, right? Way back here. So that's just kind of the way I see it. Just kind of looking at it on that 1 hour time frame. So hopefully that does help you out there. Yeah, it's just sometimes it takes patience. What's that?
The chat's loving it. You're getting a lot of love for your breakdown.
Yeah. The tabel is really helpful. The table, yeah. Yep.
Yeah, Michael, I get asked that a lot. It's a third-party company. Not really allowed to kind of disclose that. trying to get that worked out. Hopefully we could get it featured a little more, but just got to kind of go through some hoops to jump through to where I'm able to share it. So that's why I just screenshot just the diagram itself as far as the top setups, right? Just to make sure I'm watching my P's and Q's. So hopefully that helps. But yeah, hopefully we'll have some good news on that in the future. I've already taken a long since 1.36. My take profit is 1.3659. Okay. So you basically bought here and you're going for 1.36950. Well, okay. So Starboy, good. I'm glad it's working for you. Only thing I would request just for your sake and your longevity in this is just when you go to buy something, just make sure you're not buying in overhead resistance, right? Because that zone, either this 4 hour zone or this 1 hour zone, very easily, or even that resistance point, okay, that really could have pushed price down against you, right? So it's just always good to look up and to the left just to make sure you're not, you get it. Yeah, just make sure you're not buying into overhead resistance. But looks like you might have lucked out on that, which is awesome. And plus you had a bullish score when it comes to the fundamentals. So that definitely helped. But it looks like you're only a few pips away from busting through this last little bit. Yeah, about another 5-6 pips, get a close up here, and then you might be in the clear. But yeah, like I say, for me to get in this trade, I just want to see it close above there on a 1 hour candle at least before getting this pullback. So hopefully that helps, brother. Yeah, you bet. You bet. What other setups I got, gents? We got about 10 minutes and we'll be taking a quick 15 minute. Yeah. Let's take a look at a few of my other alerts. My gosh, I've had a lot of alerts get hit lately.
If you want to take a break, Tiger, I can always do it for the last 10 minutes because I've got some failed setups that I can always go over. Let me just share my screen with the... And I am sharing it now, back end. So if you could swap the screen. Yeah, we've got the screen on. Cool. Easy. So what I wanted to say, a bit of psychology, bit of also, psychology is always good to go over, but the importance of sticking to a strategy. So this red line up here is the weekly. It will be the weekly. It started from Monday. So if you're wondering, why is there two lines, red lines on the screen? Session here, and then you've got your Asia sitting up here as well. But the reason why I wanted to bring this out, and this is very similar for those of you that maybe missed out yesterday when we're talking about the importance of following the rules-based strategy, I just want to point out, and it's, of course, the problem child again, oil, USO, USD over here. Not to
I told him all about it, Michael.
It's not cooperating. Wasn't cooperating last night either. Of course, as soon as we finished our session, it decided, hey, Alex, Tiger, Richard, they're no longer streaming, so might as well have the move. So it waited until after our session to
in typical crude oil fashion.
Yeah, exactly right. So, I mean, we're doing the same thing today, but the reason why I wanted to point this out is I received a message from a trader who was also trading at the same time in a different part of the world also, and he said, I'm very glad I didn't take this trade. I said, what trade? I didn't see one, thinking, I've missed out calling a trade for you guys. He looked at this area here and said, well, that's close enough to be a retest. Now, this is what I need to stress so much, especially if you're looking at any strategy that's rule-based, anything. If it's not touching the line, if it's not actually retesting it, it's just hanging out here, then it doesn't follow the rules. And the whole point about this is it started to shoot down, got a little bit scared, wanted to hop in, took the stop loss up here, but it just wouldn't have worked. And it's the same if we go back here multiple times on this one here, where it does retest, and it does break out, and it does retest, and it does break out, but we don't hop into ranges. And even though you would have been able to get into a move later on through here, because I've got such a poor risk-reward ratio, sometimes 0.8 or 0.7 or 0.6, these two losses wouldn't have stacked up to the one win that you're taking. And I just really want to put this home that even in the moment where the pressure can be super strong to maybe hop into a trade or follow it or go, oh, price action, it's starting to slip away from me right here. Always come back to your rules. Because even though it looks really good in the moment, you'd be sitting here right now, like potentially my mate that's also trading this, and going, oh no, I've just lost. That wasn't the rules. And it really is the hallmark of an experienced trader to be able to sit back and go, doesn't matter how good it is. Of course, this is if you're doing a rules-based strategy. Doesn't matter how good it looks. If it's not hitting everything, it's never worth the risk. Because if you do this once a session or once every couple of days, that's going to add up over time. It absolutely is. And then when you look at it at the end of the year or even the end of 6 months and you go, well, I gave the market back for no reason, 10% or 8% or 6%, whatever it may be, you know, that's costing you time and effort and energy and money, not to just say the brokerage fees on top of that, on top of your losses. Right. So you really got to be paying attention and, you know, sticking to it. I don't know if you guys have any stories that's happened, probably not recently, but of this happening, because I think we've all gone through this sort of thing here when we were learning how to trade. I don't know about you, but I definitely have.
No, I agree. Everything you just said is exactly right. You said some key words there, Alex. You said it's never worth the risk. It's just not. No matter what you think, oh, this time it's gonna be, oh, but nope, it's never worth it. It's never worth it. It's one of those strange things, right? Where it sounds like a good idea in the beginning, but it's not. It's not a good idea to do that. Just push past that urge, to act on that emotion or that feeling or that thought. And then a lot of the times you're like, whew, I'm glad I didn't, ... Like, yeah, you should just stick to your plan. Or like you said, there's been so many traders who they have a plan and they like, man, if I would have just stuck to my plan, it would have worked. It takes a long time to stop doing that. Like whatever that is, it takes a long time to stop messing up or breaking your rules to finally realize, like, you know what? I've said this 1,481 times. If I just stick to the plan, theoretically, I should be good.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, trading is such a long-term game. You gotta be able to put your strategy to the test. You know, it's got to be played out over weeks and months and years. You know, if you're consistently doing something like this, well, what's the results that you're going to get? You know, you're going to get what you've put out into the market, which is inconsistency or not following rules. And that's not going to be the profitable way to do it. You've got to always remember, hey, it might look good here in the short term, but what's going to happen long term? I mean, I know what's going to happen long term. I've done it. I get absolutely crushed by the markets every single time. So got to think of it that way. Look at the macro, not at the micro.
Yeah. And this is one of those things where, like how we talked about earlier, for some strange reason, the market knows. It has some inside scoop, right? Like it knows we'll let Tiger get this one. We'll let Atlas get this one. Hell, we might even let them get the next two. But that third one, oh, that's what we got to get on.
Gonna get him. Well, that's it.
Right? So, it's never worth it.
And they practice.
And it's a funny thing, right? Because I'm sure you guys feel this the same way, right? Like at this level, we know it's not worth it. Even though I'm sure every now and then you still have the urge to do it, and maybe every now and then you act on it, right? But the hindsight of it, just knowing, like, you know what? I know this is not going to work. I might as well just stick to the script. And that feeling of when it worked, whether it works out for you or doesn't, right? If it does go and you're like, oh man, I knew you should have what? Broke your rules and hope that worked. We know long term that's not repeatable. You know what I mean? So it doesn't hurt as bad as when it does go when you would have broke your rules. It kind of don't count anyway. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, I don't know. Anybody can hit Tiger. I mean, you bowl, right? So anybody can hit one strike. Like, ooh, whoop-de-doo. You know, like anybody could do that. But can you do that consistently? That's the difference maker right there.
Yeah. Well, the worst thing is to break your rules and win on that first time. That's the worst thing that could possibly happen to you. Oh, I'm invincible.
Yes.
Oh, this trading season. We hope to goodness that everybody that tries that loses right away, so that you can feel that sting, like Coach Alex talks about, the sting of touching that stove, right? He does it as far he talks about it as far as the trade's moving, but the same thing in breaking your rules, right? We hope you lose that first time you break your rules, because the worst thing is to win and start to feel confident, right? Because at some point you'll start increasing your risk, and then you'll lose big. So if you're going to do that, do it right away. If you're going to blow an account, blow it right away, right?
Right.
Hopefully you don't blow accounts. Hopefully we can keep you guys and gals from blowing your accounts. But I mean, it's kind of a rite of passage. I'm pretty close to blowing one account. Michael, I'm sure you've probably blown accounts.
Several. I mean, double digits blowing accounts.
Yeah, same here.
So because we've all blown accounts, it makes it easy to teach you guys and gals what not to do, right? Do as we say, not as we do. So yeah,
right.
But risk management and abiding by your rules, man. That's the most important thing you can do. But hey, listen, on that note, it's break time, ladies and gentlemen. So we will step away for 15 minutes, just throw some water on our face, grab a Scooby snack. And we'll be back in about 15 minutes. So we'll see you here in a bit.
Yeah, y'all sit tight. We'll be right back.
Sit tight. We'll be back.
Hey, hola amigos. I'm Michael Keller, and I'm one of the trading coaches here at Ola Prime.
But more importantly, I'm just a regular guy who turned trading into freedom, and I'm here to help you do the same. So this is a glimpse into who I am in front of the screens and beyond the charts.
See, a strategy will get you in the trade, but mindset keeps you in the game.
I started trading back in 2012, and honestly, I lost more than I won in the beginning, but every loss taught me something. It wasn't about having the fanciest indicator. It was about mastering my mindset.
Living in Mexico has taught me to slow down, breathe, and be present.
Trading is what I do, but it's not who I am. I'm a dad, a husband, a traveler, and a student of life. And all of that makes me a sharper trader. When I'm in flow outside the charts, I'm in flow on the charts too.
This game doesn't reward speed. It rewards skill.
Listen, everyone wants to flip $100 into 10,000. I get it. But be consistent, focus on execution over excitement, risk small and learn fast. And if you ever feel lost, reach out. That's what we're here for.
Well, guys, that's a glimpse into my life, my story, and who I am, not just in front of the screens, but beyond the charts. I hope to see you in the session soon. And let's grow together. One day, one trade, one lesson at a time. Welcome to Ola Prime.
Ola Prime, trade with transparency.
Hi there, my name is Richard. I'm one of the coaches from Hola Prime. Join me as I take you behind the scenes on a little tour of what I like to get up to on a daily basis and beyond charts. I started trading 16 years ago, but through persistence and a very high level of dedication, I got to learn 3 invaluable lessons through my career. That trading should be treated as a business. It's really not a gamble. Consistent profitability demands effort, and there's really no shortcuts or any way around. And especially risk management, which it's part of your survival as a trader. You see, early on I realized that success in trading is only 20% strategy and 80% mindset and emotion. Now, as a coach at Hola Prime, my focus is very simple. Helping traders build systems with an edge, cultivating the discipline and focus needed to execute them consistently. You see, guys, the markets doesn't care about you. It will humble you if you let your pride override rules and reward you when you execute your plan without fear or hesitation. As a trader, I like to get outdoors as much as possible. Really try to strike a balance between trading and also leading a healthy lifestyle. Leading a healthy lifestyle for me could be anything. Hiking, I love swimming as well. Today is not really the weather to go and swim, but I will take the dog out for a walk. I'm really trying to force healthy habits so I can stay focused when I really need to, when I'm behind the charts, and all the stresses that comes with it. As getting outdoors really helps relieve those stress and helps me personally keep focused as much as possible. In my spare time, I like to play deep dance with my trainers. And just as in trading, skills and practice is everything. And that's a wrap, guys. Look behind the scene of who I am, what I do every day, beyond the charts. I hope to see you in the session soon. Take care.
Ola Prime, trade with transparency.
Well, hello everybody. My name's Tiger. I'm a coach here at Ola Prime, and I wanted to give you a quick little glimpse into who I am, both inside and outside of trading. So let's check it out. So I've been trading now for going on 11 years, and that first decade of my trading was all about technical analysis. And really over the last few years, though, I've really dug a lot deeper into fundamental analysis and sentiment analysis, seeing how the bigger banks and institutions are trading so I can ride their coattails, so to speak. They're the ones making the money. So I've just kind of looked at trading like Edison and his light bulbs. He's went through thousands and thousands of different prototypes in order to find the one that worked. Look, one of the things about trading that people get wrong is they think it's an overnight get-rich-quick scheme. So, for me personally, all the hard work was done well before I even picked up trading, and it all had to do with reading some good books. So, one of my favorite books right there, The Magic of Thinking Big by Dr. Schwartz. And as you can see on there, the chapters, best way to read this book is read chapter 2, 12, and 13, and then turn around and read the whole book. Powerful, let me tell you. And I'm sure you caught that above my bookshelf. One of my biggest things that I love doing is bowling. I'm a very competitive bowler. Bowled a lot of perfect 300 games, so they give me these nice little trophies whenever you bowl a perfect game. Got another one for an 800 series, basically bowling 3 games of 800 or higher in a 3-game series, so it's like a 250 average. Pretty good stuff, but competed national tournaments, state tournaments. I've won a lot of them, so bowling, that's one of the top hobbies that I have. Outside of that, I love singing. I like to go and belt some tunes, whether it's karaoke or just singing in my car, some carpool karaoke. But other than that, listen, on the weekends, I love nothing more than just to hang with my girlfriend. She's an awesome, incredible woman, and she kind of balances me out because she sees how hard I focus on trading. So it's just a very good reset at the end of the long, hard week of trading to just get away, just step away from it all, go enjoy each other's time, and prepare for the next week. So that's a bit about me. Just let us know how we can help. Just remember, it's not a sprint, it's a marathon, okay? The basics of trading are quite simple to learn. It's just all the nuances that take a while to really master. So just keep that in mind. Don't overwhelm yourself. We'll take your hand. We'll lead you to where you want to go. Like I say, just one step at a time. So with that, have a wonderful day. Look forward to seeing you in a session soon.
Ola Prime, trade with transparency.
Hi, I'm James. I'm one of your coaches at Ola Prime. I've been trading for about 30 years. Can you believe it? Seems like an awfully long time. But in that time, I've learned a lot about trading the financial markets, and I've learned the best way to trade the markets. By dawn, I chase waves, chase stocks, and sometimes chase my own sanity. Trading, like surfing, is all about timing. Wait too long and you miss the move, and jump in too early and you just wipe out. If you're a new trader and you're struggling with your trading, I think you've come to the right place. I'm really looking forward to meeting you and helping you with your trading. I'm approaching a stop street now, and I'm going to have to stop. Emergency brake if there's traffic coming. And that's one of the things you've got to learn in trading as well, as how to keep safe. And it's one of the main things that I teach in my trading philosophy is risk management, which is not taught very often. Trading is a bit like driving a car, really. You've got to have a license, and in trading terms, having a license is like learning how to trade. And once you've learned how to drive and got the license, learned how to trade, you've got to get good at it. And my philosophy is to teach traders how to trade properly using the tools and techniques that they should be using. My specialty is swing trading, and it's a bit like riding the waves. I've been a surfer for a very long time, and swing trading is not much different. You've got to find the sets and catch the right wave and get out of the wave when it's time. A lot of people ask me, how did I get to where I am today? How did I learn how to trade? And how can they get to where I am themselves? I think the best answer to that is to get educated, learn how to trade. And there are all sorts of resources out there for you, including fantastic resources here at Ola Prime.
Ola Prime, trade with transparency.
Hi, I'm Adeline, one of the coaches here at Hola Prime. But don't worry, I won't make you do endless push-ups, unless you are up for the challenge. I'm here to help traders build discipline, strategy, and confidence in the markets. And here is a little glimpse into who I am beyond the charts. I've been trading for 4 years, and it's been the most humbling teacher I ever had. At the beginning, I used to chase quick wins, but I learned quick losses hits hard. Trading isn't just charts and numbers, it's a mirror. It showed me my patience, my fear, my strength. Protect my capital and let the patience pay me. Because guess what? In trading, your biggest edge is you. Markets are intense, but it's just like an ice cream on a hot day. It can get messier, but it's always sweeter when you approach it with the right mindset. Enjoy the process and savor the small wins. Off charts, you can find me recharging by the beach, traveling to new places, or hanging out with my pets. I love staying active, but I also enjoy good food and music. Balance is the key. That's a bit about me. Don't forget, life is too short for just work and no play. Yes, even in trading. I'm here to guide you, cheer you on, and make sure we have some fun along the way. So hope to see you in a session soon.
Ola Prime, trade with transparency.
Hi, I'm Tony, one of the futures coaches at Ola Prime, and this is a little glimpse into who I am beyond the charts. I started trading 10 years ago. The early days, full of mistakes, but every loss was a lesson, and trust me, there were plenty of lessons. But here's what I realized. It's less about the perfect strategy and more about the mindset and emotional control. An example of this is cutting your losing trades and controlling your winners. Because if you don't, the proverbial train is coming and you don't want to be on the tracks when it does. That's why, as a coach, I don't just teach setups. I help traders build systems, not just on the charts, but in their heads too. Now listen, everyone wants to double their money overnight, but real growth, it comes from small, smart moves repeated over time. Be consistent and be patient, and don't be afraid to ask, because at Ola Prime, we're here to help you grow. Outside of trading, I'm big on exercise, travel, finer things. It's how I reset and remember what trading's really about. Profit? Sure. But what that profit can do for you and for others, that's what it's really about. So that's a little bit about me. Hope to see you in a session soon, and let's make some money, one trade at a time.
Ola Prime, trade with transparency.
Hi, I'm Sam, one of the coaches here at Ola Prime. And in this video, I'm going to give you a short glimpse into my life beyond the charts. Outside of the charts, I love to cook. Anything with fresh local ingredients has a thumbs up for me. And when the weather's good, I like to go out, have a quick jog, keep myself healthy. I started trading almost 15 years ago, and believe me when I say, it wasn't an easy journey. There was a lot of ups and downs, mostly downs at the beginning, and it took me, I would say, almost 10 years before I could actually call myself a trader. Personally, I like to travel. I like to go to different places, see different cultures, meet new people. I also like a good spa day, you know, just sit there by a pool, relax, get a massage, you know, you can see from the screens behind me, it's just a lot of stress, a lot of digits, a lot of moving, a lot of fast moving markets. You can't spend your whole day in front of a screen. You will burn out, and sadly, you probably won't be as successful as if you just relaxed a bit more.
Ola Prime. Trade with transparency.
Hey, I'm Troy Epperson. I'm one of the coaches at Ola Prime, and this is a little glimpse of me outside or beyond the charts. Outside of trading, I play golf with my son. As you can see, I have a laptop and multiple screens. I've been trading for about 15 years on my own and about 25 years before that, even with a lot of interest in the market. I've realized over time that it's not about the strategy or the method. It's about implementing whatever that strategy or method is, which is super, super important to become consistent as a trader. Everybody wants to get profitable and make thousands of dollars a day, literally overnight. But it's about taking those small incremental trades just over time, taking the same boring pattern over and over again that creates that consistency and develops a discipline to make money trading currencies, futures, or stocks, or whatever you're trading. Golf is great because the parallels with trading are immense. Discipline, doing the same thing over and over again, getting your setup correct, knowing when to do a layup and when to actually go for it. All of those things apply to trading. Balance is super important and is the edge when it comes to trading. We want to be consistent, but at the same time, you've got to be patient, and you need to be able to reach out and ask a coach a question and never feel guilty about doing that. And there's no bad question. Every question is a great question because it helps you enhance your intelligence and your knowledge of the market. Well, that's a bit about me. I hope to see you soon in a live trading session. And remember, we're just looking for one good trade. And once we find that one good trade, we're going to do it again and again and again. I'll see you then.
Ola Prime. Trade with transparency.
All right.
Okay, boys and girls. Got my Pop-Tarts choked down. Water splashed on the old face piece. Ready to roll.
Good to go.
Was going to revisit the pound dollar. I believe that was what Mr. Peeps had requested.
Okay.
Do not fancy the craziness of skydiving. Yeah, I don't know. That's a little sketchy, Mr. Peeps. I don't know. I don't know if I could do that. Maybe in my younger years.
My brother did it actually this year. My brother, he's 18 months younger than me, and he did it in May, like for his birthday, right before he came down here. 2 days before he came down here, he did it.
Yeah.
He got video.
Wow.
Crazy. I'm like, dude, I didn't even believe him at first until he showed me the video.
Yeah. I mean, I had a buddy of mine. We were talking about it one day over drinks, of course. And I said, oh, yeah, my next birthday, let's do it. Let's go skydiving. Yeah. Then I woke up the next day. I'm like, no.
Yeah.
Not a chance.
Get that liquid courage.
If you guys ever seen Will Smith talk about, it's pretty popular. He has a video on it. It's like Will Smith skydiving. He tells the story. It's similar, just like that. He said they all over drinks. Yeah. He's like, yeah, let's go skydiving tomorrow. Everybody like, yeah, let's do it. You know what I mean? He like the next day, he like, I'm thinking like, we just talking. Everybody was drinking. He like, no, they serious. So I can't be the only one who like, I'm scared or whatever. So he do it. he tells a beautiful story, guys. Like if you get a chance, just YouTube Will Smith skydiving. He's on the stage. He tells a very, very vivid story. But it starts off just what you just said, Tiger. Over drinks.
Yeah, it's where all the secrets of the universe come out. Right. Oh boy. Yeah. Yeah. No sleep narrator. I do sleep, believe it or not. I just get it at weird chunks. Yeah, usually around 10 a.m. till about 4 p.m. here during the New York session, pretty much. So I usually get about 5-6 hours then, and then I usually get a couple hours after my quiet markets session between quiet markets and Forex Fire. So broke it up into chunks, but I still get rest. Now, when I was a kid, when I was younger, I remember when I was in like the summer break in high school, I remember I'd stay up till, I don't know, 4 or 5 o'clock watching TV all night, playing with music. And I'd go to sleep and I'd wake up around 5:30 p.m., about the time my father got home from work. So I remember that was kind of the way I did it in that one summer in particular, because we just had a 1-bedroom apartment. Well, he had the bedroom and I slept on the couch, and the curtains were just blacked out. It was like nighttime, no matter what time of day it was. So it was super easy to sleep and sleep. I'd probably sleep 10, 11, 12 hours, but I don't require as much sleep anymore. I mean, I'm 43 now, believe it or not. So yeah, I don't know. I don't really require as much sleep anymore. I have to kind of force myself to go to sleep, but tough to turn your brain off at times. So that's why it kind of lingers into 10 a.m., 11 a.m. some mornings after, after I finish at 7:15 my time. So,
right.
But that's all right. I sleep in typically Saturdays and Sundays pretty good. So refresh for the week. So, but yeah, let's let's flip back over. We'll take another second look at pound dollar. And let's see here. I wanted to get his price points. So Mr. Peeps, where was that at? Where was those price points? Oh, okay. So yeah, pound long, 135-ish, using the supply and demand zones. Okay, perfect. 1.35. Okay, so yeah, you got in down here. Okay. I'm assuming 1.35. Or did you buy off over here? If you got in at 1.35, I mean, are you looking at this demand zone here? I don't know which zone you're looking at. Other than that, over here you got a little bit of a demand over here if you got in at 135, but then it's already been touched here. So, but either way, yeah, just looking at your take profit. Yeah, we went over this earlier. So for me to buy into this market, now I know you're in the trade already, but if you can pierce through the rest of this overhead supply, then, I would say, just like I told, I can't remember who it was earlier, Nigel or somebody else, might have been lucky just because, again, you did bounce into these overhead supply zones. So that's typically where price likes to reverse, or at least catch an ask and at least reject it somewhat. May not, totally swing it the other way, but pound dollar is a bullish signal. I've got a positive 5 score when we're looking at the fundamentals. So, but yeah, it's as long as you can get a close above the rest of that supply zone there, I think you'll be in the clear. But then your next resistance point is going to be this daily supply up here, something I didn't talk about earlier. So that's obviously the origin of this strong overall move down. So if you're in a trade, I would at least be out by 1.3695 area, because you got 1.37 even psychological number. It's also the proximal line of this daily supply zone. If I just turn my drawings off, you'll see that, right? So you'll definitely be getting some type of rejection here. Now, again, it may not, because it is a bullish score, it may just be, it may not be strong enough to completely reverse the price action, but I could at least see price coming in and then getting some type of rejection, because the higher time frame zones are always typically stronger than the lower time frame. So maybe you just get some funky price action like that, right? And continue up. So yeah, just be careful once you get to that point. But yeah, you're already pretty well almost through the rest of this supply. So this bottom zone was that 4-hour supply. We've already chewed through that. So at this point, I can delete that one because it's old news. We've bounced through that daily resistance point. Okay, resistance often becomes support. As always, price action doesn't always repeat, but it does rhyme. So it doesn't have to reverse, but it typically can. So we've gotten through that. And again, we're through most of this 1-hour supply. So that's a good sign, showing you some strength. But for anybody trying to get into this trade, yeah, I kind of drew it up earlier. I don't want to get into this trade until we close above the rest of this supply and then return down to a demand zone, which I have an alert set at 1.3560 area for a buy to the long. So hopefully that helps. But yeah, that's now the second person that's asked about this pair. So as always, I can't repeat this enough. The first thing I always do if I'm looking to buy in demand zone, the first thing I look for is where will price potentially bounce against me. So you always want to look overhead and to the left and just see whether it's a overhead resistance point, right? Or an overhead supply zone. You just want to be aware of those things, to see where price could potentially get me. Where could it potentially reject and push me back down, take away my unrealized profits, right? And then the same thing is true in reverse. If I'm selling, all right, the first thing I want to be aware of is where's the underneath demand zone that could potentially push price against me. So if I wouldn't be selling this market, but let's just say this was giving me a bearish, fundamental bias. Well, I'd be selling in supply now. I'd make sure and buy to cover just ahead of the demand zones. Because again, even no matter which way the trend goes, you're still going to get temporary counter trends. You have to in order to have price come into your zones. So just be aware of those overhead resistance points, those underneath resistance or support points, supply demand zones.
Right.
Definitely want to look at the daily zones. You definitely want to look at the 4-hour zones, the higher time frame zones, right? Those are always typically going to be stronger than your 15-minute zones, your 30 minutes, your 1 hour, right? Your 5 minutes. So just be aware of that. Sure. If you can do that one thing, that'll improve your trading instantly, right? just always be aware of it.
Right.
You want to trade to be able to pay you. So hopefully that helps you out, brother.
Nice. Really quick, Tiger. Chat. I don't know if you guys know, but if you haven't seen it in the Discord, we are having another challenge in the futures kickoff session. On Friday, which is the 19th of this month, it's going to be a 5-hour challenge to see who can actually reach the highest P&L in the future session, which is about 15 minutes after our session. Is it 15 minutes or hour 15 minutes?
It's an hour and 15 minutes. Yeah.
Hour 15 minutes. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cool. So 4 coaches, 5 hours, right? We're going to see who can come out on top with the highest P&L. You guys know Coach Paul, of course, Coach Sam, Coach Daryl, and Coach Tony. They're going to be battling it out to see who can get the highest P&L, guys. You can actually start and vote on starting Thursday. And whoever wins, if you pick the right one, you actually win too as well. So check that out. Make sure you guys tune in. Pick a coach, whether it's Tony, Sam, Paul, or Daryl. Always a lot of fireworks in their session, right? Because there's all of them are scalpers.
I love watching their show.
Yeah, I do too. Tony, Daryl, Sam, Paul, they're always going neck and neck. One day it's Tony's the best, one day Sam, one day it's Daryl, one day it's Paul. So yeah, you guys check that out. Pick a coach you guys think are going to win for that futures face off. and see who has the highest P&L. So yeah, voting starts on Thursday, guys, and then the actual 5-hour competition is on Friday the 19th. So check that out, and yeah, see if you can win with one of the coaches.
Yeah, and I believe Coach Darrell won the last time, and I think that was just a 1 hour challenge at the end.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, now they're doing 5 hours. That's cool. Yeah, well, there we go. Yep. So we got a little bit more of a marathon. So yeah, you know, the other 3 gents are going to be trying to avenge their loss. So
yeah,
it's going to be fun.
Especially because I believe Sam hit the high water mark for their session. I think he was up 11K that one day, and then Tony goes hard every session. He's up like $2,000, $3,000, $4,000 a session. He had that $10,000 day too. So yeah, it's definitely going to be some good stuff. I'm gonna 10 in my damn self, so we'll see. We'll see who comes out on top for sure.
Yep, it's gonna be fun. Gonna be fun.
Oh yeah.
Not even a futures trader, and I like watching them too. Mr. Peeps,
Right.
you know, I see you in there quite a bit. So, Mr. Peeps, who are you gonna pick? Who are you gonna pick to win it? I think Darrell won the first one. I know I've seen you in there quite a bit.
I think he did too.
Sire says his money's on Tony. All right.
Not a bad choice. Tony be getting it.
You can't go wrong with either one. What did Paul last time and ended up trading some random commodities like cactus pine needles?
Said did not end well. Mr. Peeps, that's hilarious. It's good.
Yeah, he does. He trades a lot of crazy stuff. I've seen him trade lean hogs and
lean
soybeans.
hogs.
That's
what Darrell be talking about.
Yeah, they kept mooing at him the whole time. That last time he traded lean hogs, I got on there and was mooing in the chat. That was a good old time.
He got the last.
You gotta have fun.
Yeah. Tony, I don't know. Sam and Tony is definitely going to be between the 3 of them for sure. I mean, they all great. I know Paul trades such a wide range of things, so it's a little bit different. But yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting. Definitely going to be interesting to see.
Yep.
Tony's going to be the. Oh, he said I'm on Tony's team. Yeah. Yep. Tony's going hard. I can't even lie. Yeah. I can't even lie.
Good stuff. Well, I did end up finally cashing out on my Bitcoin trade, so ended up selling out around the $949 mark from 114,617 up to about 115,567. So got out of that. Yeah, that former resistance didn't really quite hold as a support. That's totally fine. I didn't want to give back any more than that. So out on Bitcoin for profit. So on to the next one. Now I am in Euro Aussie dollar short. Now I'm gonna be honest, it's definitely making me sweat a little bit. So we had this 15-minute supply in the higher time frame supply. I think that was a 1 hour. Yeah, so we had the 1 hour supply. We had the 15-minute supply up top. As you can see, it's already pierced through. It held on for a while, but I just couldn't quite get enough people selling it. So, but yeah, you see where my stop is up here. The one thing that, you get to these points where you're close to your stop loss and you're like, okay, what can I find that might give me a shot, might give me a chance for this thing reversing? So yeah, I mean, just looking at the RSI, we are getting some divergences. Okay. Not saying that's going to be enough to turn it around in my favor, but just getting a little bit of divergence in the RSI if I'm kind of connecting these highs, and they're declining highs. Again, not saying that's going to help, but perhaps the trading gods might see that and have mercy on you, boy. But we are getting a little bit of wicks up top on these couple candles, so definitely like that. hey, this is why you put in a stop loss with, a stop loss with some wiggle room. Just put that thing up actually I put it up about 15 pips or so above the price. I wanted to kind of take into account this high. If you look at this candle right here, that red candle right there, so right below where my stop is, if you look at the volume bar all the way to the bottom, now obviously volume isn't the most accurate in Forex since we don't have a centralized exchange, but if we're just looking at it on the GUI trade basis, then that's pretty sharp. That's a pretty big candle, right? Relative to the candles to the left of it. So I do like that. I do like how there was a strong rejection there. Actually, if I even look at it over here, Euro Aussie. Let's see. Where's my, oh, there it is down here. Let's see what the volume looks like over here on that the same time frame. Yeah, so VSA, so it works a little different. This is volume spread. This is activity candles. There's, kind of your tick volume, if you will. I need to go over here. So yeah, I mean, just a little bit elevated volume on that candle, elevated activity, trading activity, however you want to classify it. Volume spread analysis, about the closest thing you can get to volume, in the Forex market from everything I've tested and played around with. So it's not perfect, but it's definitely better than nothing, right? To at least show the activity. Hey, how many trades are being placed, right? That's kind of the way that one works. So yeah, pretty good elevated VSA candles here. So I wanted to incorporate that for my stop loss. So that's why I did that on my actual trade. Whether or not that works remains to be seen, but Euro Aussie, of course, is giving me that bearish signal. If I go back to my gold chart and find my top setups, right? Euro Aussie, -6. Right, so from a fundamental perspective, I still like the trade. If that supply zone doesn't work out, no big deal. I don't think I really have anything as good as that was in the immediate area. So would just likely go and take a look at a couple of these other three that are giving me a bearish signal and see if we can re-enter. 4-hour time frame, daily time frame. About the closest imbalance I have on a way higher time frame. Gonna be clear up here, but I don't see price getting up there. I mean, that's a long ass ways away. I don't see it. But you got that big inefficiency in price. But I'm just trying to play on these smaller time frames, to see if we can catch that strong move. I mean, it's been moving quite a bit. That move overall was strong enough to break through these lows over here. We do have this daily demand down here, which looks like price did break and close below it. So that's part of the reason that I liked this price point. So if I lose, no big deal. It doesn't always work out, right? I have about a 40% win rate, right? I go for the higher trades. I go for the 3-to-1s. Coach Alex, he's a lot more accurate than I am. He goes for pretty much the 1-to-1s, right? So yeah, it's I'm okay with getting my losses. The goal with losing or winning in trading, and I might have said this a time or two before, but the goal is whether you lose $1,000 or whether you win $1,000, for everybody in the chat, the goal is eventually to get to the point where it doesn't phase you, right? And that's going to be easier said than done, right? If you're getting super excited or you're super mad, right? Super excited for a big winner. Okay, it's nice. We obviously are here to win. But just try to focus on that, right? If you've got your trading rules down, you're following them, you're not trying to break the rules, kind of like what Alex was talking about right before break. As long as you're not doing that stuff and you've got a fairly solid trading style, then that's where you ultimately and eventually want to be, to where it's no sweat off your back if you win, if you lose, right? Your trading style right now looks closest to blank. This is our poll question. Your trading style right now looks closest to blank. You got Michael's patient sniper entry. You got Alex's detective work. You got Tiger's bold momentum runs. Or you've got my own accidental comedy show. that's your
That's good.
your
That's
answers.
good.
So you guys and
Yes.
gals, go ahead and punch that in and let us know.
Yeah.
Sire asked
And don't
about
forget, guys,
gold.
we're
For sure.
I was gonna say,
ahead.
looks like we are doing the giving away that 5K account today as well, right? So a few of you guys have already been here, so you already know the drill. But I think we got a few also who have not. So
Got some newbies.
we are going to be giving away a $5,000 account as well. Guys, it's pretty simple. There's only a few steps to actually follow, right? Right. One, you need to subscribe to the channels here. That's the Ola Prime TV and the Ola Prime Global YouTube channels, right? Two would be to make sure that you are actually active in the chat. So ask us some questions. Let us know what you're trading. Let us know where you're from. Drop some flags in the chat. Have us mark down or mark up any type of charts you guys are looking at. Anything at all. Make sure you're commenting. And then lastly, of course, guys, make sure that your email is in your YouTube bio so you can actually contact you. All right. And then also, if you are not in our Discord, that's huge. Make sure you are taking advantage of the Discord. It's a great community, guys. There's a lot of like-minded traders, a lot of coaches. You guys can book one-on-ones, great info, chart markups, the whole nine. It's right in the Discord. All right. And then also, if you did happen to win, yes. If you did happen to win, there's a quick and easy way to claim your prize right in our Discord. All right. So once again, guys, subscribe to the YouTube channel, Instagram handles, Ola Prime TV and Ola Prime Global. Comment on this live session, and then make sure your email is in the YouTube bio so we can contact you. All right. You guys check that out. And again, make sure you guys are checking out the Discord. So stay tuned to the end, guys. We'll be giving that away here in a bit. So yeah, stay tuned, guys. Sorry about that, Tiger. Just wanted to let them know we were doing that.
Absolutely. It's always good to see some new names in here. So as always, yeah. You got any friends? Got any family? Got any coworkers? Anybody interested in trading? Doesn't matter if they're a beginner, if they've never placed an order, or if they've been around this thing 10, 12 years like we have. So, just let them know about the stream and send them our way. Right? We'll be happy to help any and all. But yeah, we've had a couple questions about silver and gold. So here's gold. Now, overall, gold is expensive. It's at all-time highs, right? So, there's really a couple ways to attack attack gold, I should say, at the moment. Got a couple zones way down here, right? I got one at the 3,600 area, 3,600 level. Got one up here at the 36 level as well, or 3620, 3634 level, I should say. So there's a couple alerts, but if we're looking at this smaller time frame, well, we do have a former resistance point. Looks like it's trying to become support on these 4-hour wicks, right? So let's drop down into some smaller time frames, see if we got anything. So we do have pretty efficient price action through here. All these candles are overlapping each other until this candle. So this is where our one inefficiency is at the moment. Okay, we got this demand here. Before I draw in the demand, just look at the proximal line of this candle. Okay, we're going to skip the leg out candle and we're going to go to the bottom of the second candle. That's our gap. That is our inefficiency in the market. If you look at all these candles to the left, you look at the candle to its left and the second candle, and everything's overlapping. That's an efficient market. This is not a place where you want to buy. This is Chop City, but that's the first inefficiency we have. So when you get at that gap, okay, I always look for, now some people trade the gaps, right? Some people trade fair value gaps, and sometimes they work and sometimes they don't. Coach Richard trades them, and he'll be back tomorrow, of course. But yeah, he trades them. Sometimes trades will come down to the gaps and run off and leave me in the dust, right? I personally like the unfilled orders, the potential unfilled orders right underneath that inefficiency. Strong move up, volume spiked as well. But yeah, sometimes, whenever I miss a trade, I know exactly why. It's usually because, well, it hit it bounced off the gap itself. You had enough traders jump in there, retail traders, right, to buy the gap. But I just personally like to wait till price comes to the demand zone itself for the unfilled orders. So yeah, that's a 1 hour option that you might have potentially, dropping down to a 15. Now here's where it gets a little tricky, because on a 1 hour we saw that gap. But if we're looking at it on a 15-minute time frame, this is where I start to get real picky. Okay, if I'm looking at that same zone, well, we got the candles all overlapping each other. Okay, this wick right here overlapped this wick over here. Okay, so that's an efficient market. So this is where I might question taking that 1 hour demand. Well, let's see what a 5-minute looks like. Let's go all the way down to the smallest time frame. Let's see if we can find a gap in here. Okay, efficient market here. That gap overlapped that wick overlapped. Oh, wait, actually, no, we need to look at this. So here's the thing. Here's a good example. So this was an inefficiency in the market there for a moment, right there, just for a few minutes. But what happened? Price came down and touched the wick. So it went through the gap, touched the wick of that demand candle. And then as you can see, it jumped up. So that negates that. That's old news now. Price came down and touched the demand zone. So it closed the gap, touched the demand zone, and then as you can see, it just pushed upward. So do we have any other gaps? Well, yeah, we have a very tiny one right here. This is just getting down into the fine details, but there is a tiny gap. Not much, not enough to be excited about, but that is a gap nevertheless. Well, what happened when price came back? Did price touch it? No, just missed it. Okay. So this is an example where it did touch almost touched the gap and then just pushed up. So just to kind of recap all that, yeah, 1 hour, got a gap. 15-minute, no gap. 5-minute, you had one gap, but it already got closed, touched the demand zone, and jumped up. So if you really want to count that tiny little gap right there that we looked at, right? If you really want to claim that as a gap, then you might have a trade yet, but I don't know that I personally trust that. That's just too tiny for me. That's just too tiny. So yeah, now that I see that, I'm probably personally just going to ignore that area. Now, if you just want to trust it and take a chance on a 1 hour time frame, then there you go. Yeah, I just think it's too expensive. It's too risky for me. So I would prefer to wait for one of these lower zones on gold, either this one or this one. And then obviously down here is my favorite because this is my 4 hour within a daily. Okay, 4 hour within a daily. Looking at this, if you look at that, obviously you had your gap coming out with the leg out candle. But then if you look at all the candles preceding it, they're all overlapping. So that's an efficient market. So that right there is the first candle inside of the daily that followed with a strong move up that created that acceleration gap, that fair value gap, that novice gap, the runaway gap, right? However you want to call it. There's like 4 or 5 different names for it. So yeah, I've kind of already drawn the tool there, the projection tool. That's probably going to be the safest option. But again, you do have this option up here as well. I just probably wouldn't be putting on a full price on it, a full risk, because I like this one down here better. So it's a lot to ask of a runaway freight train to give me that big of a discount, but yeah, everything above it's just a little bit on the sketchy side, a little expensive side. I mean, you do have this 4-hour demand here, you know, a little closer to price with a gap. You don't really have a 1-hour demand, but there's a 30-minute. Okay, you got the 30-minute demand with a gap, but I think I actually drew that on a 15, or did I? So I pretty much drew that on a 15-minute. So you got a 15-minute demand right in this 4-hour demand, but you can really just kind of play with this however you like. I'm actually going to put my alert a little bit higher up because I would prefer to wait for the smaller time frame demand, which is inside of there. So yeah, that would be a little closer to price, getting price to come up to here or down to here, and then for potential buy along. Yeah, I'm personally going to delete that projection tool because I'm personally going to ignore that demand. Again, this is the origin of this more recent strong move. So the origin you get, the better. And then there's even a smaller zone below it. But price, this demand down here, I drew it up, but it wasn't even strong enough to break through these highs. So I drew that up before all this formed. So I'm actually going to delete it. So that's just demand. You have a little bit, you do have one up here with a small gap, but the problem is it's not the closest to the origin of the strong move. So I hope that helps on gold. As far as silver, there we go. And then, of course, gold, as far as my edge finder, the gold is still obviously, you know, giving me a bullish bias as well, right? I believe. Oh, yeah. So gold is up to a 9. So it was all the way down to a 6 or a 7, I think, yesterday. But, yeah, we're up to a 9 now. So it's moving back up there. Now, silver's not on my list, as you can tell. Silver's not on my list just yet.
Wow. Okay.
But, yeah, silver is actually, let me go double check my neutrals. So silver is a 3. So it's giving me a point each for technical. It's giving me a point for sentiment. And it's giving me a point for the fundamental analysis. So it's just not really that strong just yet. But positive 3, I'm going to keep an eye on it, though. But, yeah, gold is, while gold is the stronger signal of the two, it's, you know, just pretty high. Pretty high at the moment. And silver is, too. I mean, silver is at all-time highs. So let's take a look. So daily 4-hour. We got a 4-hour demand here, but there's another demand below. Okay, that's a little closer to the origin of the overall move. So I need to be wrapping a rectangle around this price point too. But the reason I didn't is because, just to be aware of it, got a lot of candles to the left. That's the only downfall to this zone. So I'm actually going to draw it, but I'm going to color it light green just so I know it's a little sketchy. You know, you got all this sideways choppy action that preceded this move up. So while this is the origin of the move, they just spent too much time in this chop zone. So I'm not really too interested in placing a buy. I am pretty interested in this zone, though. Strong move out. It only spent a couple candles of that basing action. Remember, I like zones that are created out on an island all by itself. You look to the left and you don't have all these candles. Now, you do have a couple wicks, but I'm not too worried about the wicks. Right? It's the bodies that worry me about trying to buy. So that demand, that's a 4-hour demand. Inside of that 4-hour demand, I do have a 1-hour demand showing confluence. Kind of already drawn up my projection tool for that. Alert set at $41.50. 41.50. 41, right? That's pretty well where I've got my alert set on the demand zone with a strong acceleration gap as close to origin as possible. The origin of the overall move after consolidation jump. That's 1 hour. Same thing here, right? We could find a demand zone in here, but same thing. It just was a bunch of junk left of it. So I'm just going to personally wait to what price to $41.50 per troy ounce before buying. So hopefully that helps on gold. Preguntas.
Who did this? I'll see there. He says look at the Discord. I'm looking at the Discord and he did like a cartoon thing. What in the world is that's
Is it under
it's in the lounge.
Lounge?
Yeah.
Nice.
Oh, that's hilarious.
I love it.
They gave me a beard. I could never grow a goatee.
Oh my gosh, that's awesome. That is great. That is awesome.
I see it. We all see it.
Yeah.
I'm the only one who don't have all of this.
That's funny.
Oh man.
Just looking at a couple of these other alerts I've had hit. We did have this drop into this smaller time frame zone on Aussie Swiss, but again, we had that wick underneath just to completely throwing my reward to risk off. So while I did draw it up, probably going to avoid taking any trades out of this. I think that was a 5-minute zone for Aussie Swiss. Yeah. So 5 minutes. We fast forward to current price. We did have a bounce, and then we had an immediate bounce back in. So not going to be interested. Just wanted to see if we could luck out by chance and get like a volume spread candle that pierced it and was like 2, 3, 4 times bigger than the recent candles, but we didn't see that. So at this point, I'll let that go. Aussie Swiss is no longer of interest. Euro Aussie, that's the one I'm trying to stop. Right? Trying to stop from going higher. I got to get my magnet out so it can go to work. Okay.
I love the magnet.
Come on, magnet. I need you to do your thing.
It works.
You just need to
You
need to suck price down, right? Get you a little double top and then drop. I don't care, but all right. Gonna need your help. All right, so that was Euro Aussie. Aussie New Zealand. We had a zone drawn up here. Kind of a similar thing. That whole wick thing just threw me for a loop. I didn't have any interest in playing with it. Aussie New Zealand was giving me a score. It's actually the top score is Aussie New Zealand is my highest score, very bullish score of 11. But it's just not giving me anything great. We've got this extended higher highs, higher lows. We did finally break through for a lower low. While I do have a demand zone down here, it is a little bit on the skinny side. It's 15-minute zone. Price did come back and touch pretty close to it. So I think at this point there's better options. Even though this is the strongest bullish sentiment I have, just going to let it go. I just did not like this demand zone positioning here. And you can see why it just kind of chewed through it, right? So that's old news. I'm glad I avoided that like the plague. I will delete that one out of my way. Aussie CAD, what did I have here? Okay, so yeah, this one Same thing. Got this big ugly wick over here. The wick actually dropped down at his former demand over here and worked out perfect. So, but yeah, same as the previous picture of Aussie New Zealand. I just didn't like the positioning of this demand zone. You kind of had to create some lower highs and lower lows just to get there. Not really interested, so I'm gonna delete that. Pound Aussie, that's obviously the one I profited on yesterday. I was keeping an eye on this retracement, but like I say all the time, this supply zone that did form here formed as a direct result of bouncing off of another supply zone. So not on an island. Okay, all the candles. So that's why I avoided that one. But I still wanted to just watch it enter the zone just to see what happened. Even had a 5-minute zone if I were to go all the way down there. Kind of messed with it for a little bit, but ultimately I avoided it because it's about the time I was starting to become interested in the Euro Aussie, which I'm currently in now. So at this point, that's old news. I can delete Pound Aussie, Pound Yen. So this is one that looks like worked out pretty decent this morning. We had a 4-hour demand candle. Okay, price pushed up, broke some new highs, dropped down to a 30-minute or 15, I can't remember. So we got a 30-minute demand here. And then if I drop down lower, I'm already losing my zone. Yeah. This is actually going to be a 15-minute. So there's a 15-minute demand right there with a little bit of a gap above it. Not anything too substantial, but yeah, this 30-minute might have been the better option. You might as well just include the whole 1 hour at that point, or 4-hour zone. Yeah, there was it looks like it did actually hit off the 30-minute candle. So we wicked in nicely here, and as you can see, price moved up. Now, the reason I didn't really want to jump in this is because it was too close to this overhead supply. So I didn't really get my risk-reward ratio the way I wanted, so that's why I avoided that. And as you can see, it's bouncing through the supply, right? I want my supply zone to be much higher up in the air. I don't want it to be that close, because then at this point, for the way I trade, if this is my risk of 23 pips, well, let's just call it 28 pips, okay? My supply zone is 32 pips away, so that was only about a 1.1 to 1, right? When you're trading supply and demand, you just want to have the higher. It's a little different than how Alex trades, but I'm going for unfilled orders, right? He's going for the stove burns and the quick moves, right? But it just works a little different in supply and demand. Works a little different in supply and demand. I got to see that 2 to 1 minimum, but preferably the 3 to 1. So yeah. Delete that. Just look at a couple other of these ones real quick, and then I can pass it on over to you, Michael, if you want. Alex, either one.
Okay. Sounds good.
15 minutes on the pound CAD. We did have this 15-minute demand. You can see it kind of wicked through. So I think my stop loss would have been fine. I would have had it about 5 pips in to give it some more wiggle room. So this actually produced a nice would-be, we'll just call it 12 pips, 12, 24, 36, 48, 60. So that's pretty much close to a 5 to 1. So that was a good one. I just didn't.
Nice.
Yeah. Let's see, 1600 hours. That would have been 4 p.m. my time. Right when I woke up from my nap, or right shortly before I woke up from my nap. But here's the thing, guys. This was also the intraday session changeover. So, I would have likely not taken that even if I'd have seen it, right? I mean, yeah, the changeover. I don't usually place trades at the start of Asia.
You got the gap. You got the spread widening. You got all the tools against you at that exact time right there.
Right. So, c'est la vie, pound CAD. C'est la vie. All right, delete that. Aussie CAD. This one's trying to do its thing off this 10-minute zone. Same thing, got that ugly wick, that September 11th wick from the jobless claims and CPI. But you can see it's trying to roll around despite that. Kind of wicked in here. Okay. So not too interested in it. Just wanted to watch it. Euro Aussie, Aussie CAD. Pretty similar picture. It's kind of wicked in there. So it's trying to roll over as well. Not really interested in it. Bitcoin I already went over. Small winner on that. Pound Aussie, I went over that because that's the one I won yesterday. Aussie Swiss. Yeah, a big ugly September 11th wick. So that's pretty well caught up on all my alerts that have hit outside of the trade I'm currently in. Yeah, and I don't like this price action, so I'm going to delete that. My crappy alerts done. I can clean up my inactives here, and yeah, I'm left with about 20 alerts. So I'm going to dig a little deeper while you gents are showing what you want to look at and see if I can't find something else. But yeah, right now it's all about getting my magnet to work for me and suck it on down. That's kind of where I'm at. You're awesome.
I can show you a trade that I didn't hop into and why I didn't, even though it looks pretty good. Still waiting for some more to go through. So if you're done, Tiger, I'm happy to share my screen. Cool, easy. Just going into this. If we could swap that out. I think I'm sharing my screen back end. If we could swap it over at some point. That'd be great.
Yeah, back in. Let's move on over to Coach Alex there.
Cool. I'm sure we will in a second. There, it's changing over now. Okay, there we go. So you can see how I've marked this up, guys, and I'll show you why I didn't enter this trade, because it's just as important to look at some examples where you're not going to hop into it, as well as examples that you did. Now, I didn't particularly like this. Again, problem child of USO USD, and especially now that it's deciding to shoot up. Hey, it might not actually hit our take profit and go overall oil on us, and just decide to say, hey, that was just a little bit of a move to draw you in. But
hey, you know what? We should start saying that, Tiger. We should start saying that.
Yeah.
He said the trade went oil on you.
There we go.
It does.
I like it.
It does.
Alex, you just did something with that. We about to start using that. I like that.
I'm happy.
That's right.
I'm happy I'm contributing. I love it. Great. Cool. So it is, I mean, it's extremely bullish, but we're not looking at that essentially, right? So this is, again, if we're going over it, it's just rules based. So anything can really happen in the build up to it. It's probably a big difference. I mean, Tiger was just saying it before, especially on these smaller timeframes, that I'm not necessarily looking at the price action structure of what's going on here. I'm more of just going, is 1, 2, 3, 4 happening? And if so, I'm in, and that's how we're going to pull the trigger. So you might be looking at things here, or you might be in the chat and saying, oh yeah, but Alex, it looks like this, or it's really bullish. As crazy as it sounds, I'm not going to be actually looking at that sort of stuff for here. It's just the same things that we've gone over so many times. Because we know that this blue line here is the daily VWAP, and it starts at 8 a.m., right? So we can use this one, and we do. We come up, we retest it, and from here, we do actually have a bullish move. Now, to break through the lines, what you can see here is we already broke through the lines a long time ago. These Bollinger Bands, the AV-WAP high and lows. So our highs, that had already been broken. And when we broke it, absolutely nothing happened, right? In this entire area here, and I might change it from being green into a different color. Let's try orange. Even let's go pink instead. So this area, this, right, even though we have this surging out of our range area, great, fantastic, awesome. When it broke these Bollinger Bands, you can't say in this area that really anything happened. Yes, we haven't even retested anything at this point, but from here, when we broke above this area, we should really already be out of the range, right? We should already be out of that range, and we really want the touching the stove, having it being really hot. Yes, we have that here. Yes, we have that momentum, absolutely. But even so, coming up to, well, this area all the way through here, I wouldn't necessarily be saying that's, very impulsive, a momentous move. We have a small doji candle, 2 small body candles, a medium one. Yes, we've got it here, but that in itself, I feel, can be quite a trap. Doesn't necessarily mean that we are now going to shoot for the moon just because there's one large candle. I know that this happens here, but you would have been sweating it for the 10 minutes that it's just hanging out here. And I guess it is going to come up through here. But when I've been talking about in the past these big impulsive moves, we want it once it breaks through your AV WAP to really punch through there, not just punch out of the range as well. That's what we want, but hopefully, like we saw in this one over here, right, where we punched out of the range, this happened so much quicker, right? We had this explosive movement when it hit here. We had a large engulfing candle. Yes, it did mess around here for a little bit, but then we had another large engulfing candle go straight off it very, very, very quickly, and it exploded out of the range from here, not too far afterwards. And that's really what we want to see, not just here. And of course, it's decided in this example to shoot absolutely for the moon and go through here. However, this is kind of like what we were talking before with our psychology. I could look at this and go, damn, I want to hop into that because that was a great trade and it made me money, but that's not following the rules. And just like we said previously, I think actually Coach Michael said it, the market knows. It'll give it to you every so often. It'll say, hey, take the trade. I'll reward you. And then you go, awesome. And then just like literally yesterday, if we had done that, and this is just to remind you guys, you've got a loser here, a loser here, and yes, a winner here. But maybe just now you'd be at break even. Maybe just now you'd be at break even. Whereas we waited, we took the appropriate trade on Euro USD, and we waited for that to happen. I usually say to anyone that I've been teaching in the past and my students, when you look at a trade like this that doesn't follow the rules and it hits its take profit, you might as well get angry that the sun's come up, because it's got nothing to do with you. It's completely out of your control. And therefore, why are we getting mad? It's just an opportunity. There's a million opportunities that happen every second within the Forex markets and the futures market. Are you going to get angry every single time something comes really close to your strategy? Not quite. And then goes for your profits? And that's what I always say to any students that I've ever taught. You might as well get angry at the sun coming up, because this is it. It's close to what we want, but not really there. So again, it's all about psychology. No use crying over spilt milk. We didn't get into it, and we didn't make this, but we didn't hop into the losing trades as well. And again, if you're not trading your strategy or you're not trading your goal, you might as well get angry or upset at every single movement in the market, which is what retail traders do. That's what keeps them down, or one of the many reasons that keeps them down. So just a little bit of psychology there, another lesson coming into the markets.
No, for sure.
Yep.
For sure.
Can't preach
and I
enough.
agree with you. Yeah. At some point, you just got to really just notice. I forget how, I'll butcher how he said it, but like you can't get mad at setups that you were never supposed to take anyway. Like if it doesn't reach you, if it doesn't fit your criteria, it's not a trade. Did you think it was going that way? Well, yeah. But does that count as you were supposed to be in that? No, it doesn't, actually. Right? Like, it was just close, and that was it. Close, but no cigar. That's just all it is. And I think in the beginning, you know, you do get upset about it when you're newer and you're trying to figure that out, and you're like, I was supposed to take that. Man, I missed the trade, and all that antsiness is there. But once you know you got your system in place, you do realize, like, yeah, that I'm famous for saying that's not my setup. Like, I won't take that. A good example for me is gold. Do I want to get in gold longs? I've been wanting to get in gold longs for 2 weeks now. But guess what? It has not set up for me right. So I haven't been in it. Do I want to just get in it? Yeah, I do. Can I? No, I can't. I have no setup for any of that. You know, like, I'm not going to break my rules and lose and then be like, damn, I knew I shouldn't have did that. You know? So,
absolutely.
100%.
It's just so, I know, all good. I think it's just so funny because it always happens, even with me now being more experienced. I think you learn to control your emotions rather than let them run you. Right now, my brain is saying, "How dare you, oil? You're such a problem child for me. I wait around and I do this, and this is how you treat me. This is how you betray me after keeping you in my situation and making you one of my pairs." But you know, that's just how it is at the end of the day. You got to do that. Just as you said with your gold trade, if it doesn't follow it, how do you know what your win rate is? How do you know where to place your stop losses or your take profits? Like, everything's just a guessing game, and this move is going to happen. And this is the big thing for everyone listening. This move is going to happen tomorrow. And if it doesn't happen tomorrow, it'll happen the day after. And if it doesn't happen the day after, it'll happen the day after that. We've got so many opportunities. And, you know, in 3-4 weeks or 4 months, I'll hop into this move and I'll sit here and I'll go, yes, that's perfect. And I won't have any of that crap we were talking about before where I go, well, I hopped into all these bad trades, which means that, just like I said before, I would have hopped into 2 bad trades yesterday, a bad trade probably on here as well that wouldn't have worked out, you know, et cetera, et cetera. It's just stick to your plan, guys. Honestly, best advice I can give you for sure.
Yeah, that's the difference maker, right? Like, that part right there. Like, in the beginning, again, like, of course you care at first, but the thought of getting into a trade and just waiting, like, all right, now that's my setup. If I lose that one, I don't care. Like, I literally do not care. Does it suck sometimes? Of course it does. But that was my setup. My edge presented itself, and I took the trade. But the ones where you just impulsively jump in out of FOMO, see, now that hurts when you lose those trades. Because you knew you shouldn't have been doing that in the first place.
100%. And like, you can look at this one here, for example, and go, oh, I was going to hop in and price was running away and I hopped in up here. Yeah, cool. Awesome. Great. But as I said before, you've got no idea how you're going to react when minute 3 happens, or when a minute 6 happens, or when at 9 minute happens. And it's just sitting here and you're going, oh, you know, like this is just a trade that took off. What happens when you hop into a trade and you know you're not really supposed to be in it, and then you go, oh, I'm going to hop out. You take that brokerage fee loss or whatever it is, and then it shoots up. You know, it's just such a slippery slope where so many things can go wrong and so many things can make you feel even worse. Whereas, hey, it genuinely is easier to sit there and follow a plan and go, everything's fine. This is just my plan.
Yeah,
I'm going to sit here. Whereas the retail traders, you're not going to be doing that. You're going to be on an emotional roller coaster.
Yeah, because you're jumping in trades you shouldn't even be in. Like, it's just, And again, we've all done it, right? So it makes sense why it happened. But yeah, sitting through that drawdown, taking a loss, now you got to take the next trade to win back the money you lost. No, that's dumb. Like honestly, in the long run, that's dumb. It's much simpler, much easier to just sit your ass right there and not do anything and wait until your setup happens. That's much easier and much smarter to. Yeah, it's much smarter to do that. So 100%.
See Michael's euro pound.
Right, exactly.
Right.
Exactly. This thing took money from me, what, 3 weeks ago? I'm still just sitting here just being patient with it.
He's still salty about it.
I'm still salty as hell about that.
I don't blame you. I don't blame you. Oh, man. 24,000.
I think in our first session together, we actually talked about degen trading and having a degen account just to take those trades, and that is another good bit of advice. If you're going, I can't, I've got to scratch the itch. Have a weird little degen trading, just a really small account where you go, I'm gonna do it.
Yep. I literally said this just yesterday. She was like, "Oh, I want to take this. I want to take this trade. I know it's not set up yet." I'm like, so that feeling that you have right there, do not take that on your main account, right? If you want to take trades or whatever, you need to have you a second account, like I just mentioned. We scratch the itch, your casino account, your high risk account, whatever you want to call it. Like you need a separate account for that and get that out of you. Like that's like kids basically. Got all this pent up energy. They need to get out the house and run and jump and kick and play so they can come back and get all this stuff out of you. That's that release. You need to release that feeling that you have to just click the mouse. But you don't need to release that on your main account. That makes no sense.
Yeah.
Right?
Absolutely. If you see my degen account, you'd be horrified. Yeah, it's just like here I'm super strict and I'm going like, yep, I never go off it. And then my degen one is just, it's what is going on. And even if I'm near break even sometimes with that degen account, I'm going, yes. The difference between from following it and then just me just going, yeah, I think this trade is good. I think it's good for no reason. It's just a hunch. Insane.
Yeah.
It's a world of difference.
And it's funny, right?
Jeff?
Because that. Oh, what's up?
Just wanted to say, if you don't mind, we'll just flip to my chart just for a moment while you guys are chatting. Back in.
I was just going to say, the funniest part about that is if you do have one of those accounts and you see that it's not making any progress, that is a perfect example of why, right? Like, see, this is why you should just stick to the rules because this isn't going to get you anywhere.
Yeah. So real quick, just wanted to throw this out there. That was my alert. You guys heard screaming on Nazi. So 15-minute demand, pretty good volume coming out. Dropped down to a 5-minute demand. We wicked in nicely on a 1 minute. Just had a screamer of a wick. Okay. 2x the volume of the previous candles. That's what I like to see. And we're starting to get a rejection out of it. So it's obviously very expensive. All right. It's at all-time highs. So not going to be too picky. Just take it to that recent swing high and we'll see how it goes. Give it a little wiggle room below. So nazi for 4.1 lot. So we'll just see how that goes. So just wanted to show that real quick.
Sweet.
Back to you, gents. But yeah, it's bullish 5. So good fundamental score. And it's just a short little scalpy job. So we'll see how she blows.
All right.
Awesome.
Well, hey, I'm going to take a quick break. I'll be right back. I wanted to say I'll be right back, but I got some video from last night that I wanted to show you guys. See what the city looks like for our Independence Day. Just kind of what it looks like. See how cool it is. Show the dish. Is actually pretty cool. I'll do some explaining for it. And then I'll go through everything. Let's see. Let's see if I can get this pulled up here.
Some fireworks.
Yeah, so it's actually pretty cool, guys. So if you guys missed earlier today, of course, today is Mexico's Independence Day. It's a whole story behind it, but last night actually is when it started, which is the 15th, and it's super popular to have this. Oh, let me share this the right way. Super popular to have this dish, so we went to this pretty popular restaurant here. It's Lola y Moya. It's pretty cool because it's like a restaurant, but it's so homey. Like it's a very, very homey vibe. So you eat this. This is what they call chile en nogada, which is basically a super popular dish here. They only do it yesterday and today. It's like huge chili pepper, and it's stuffed with like some meats, some fruit, some seasonal fruit, and then they sprinkle it on top with some pomegranate seeds. So it's supposed to represent the colors of the flag, so you can see the red, green, and white here. So that's pretty cool. But let me see if I can. This is the city square here.
Wait.
This is me and my daughter, of course.
There's the little one. The little one. The ruler of the house, right?
Yes.
Yes. That's pretty cool.
Let me not share something, so hang on.
We don't want to get that deep on your phone.
No, I don't want to. Oh, here it is. I didn't want to share my. Oh, so it won't show up.
Nice. Is she speaking pretty good Spanish?
Oh yeah, she speaks great Spanish.
Yep.
Sometimes we're places she's like, "Papa, habla español."
Yeah.
She's so funny.
That's awesome. Well, and it's so easy for the kids that age to pick up multiple languages. Brains are like sponges, right? So seems like it's easier when you're young compared to being adults and trying to learn another language.
Yeah, for sure. And also the fact that there is no comparing it to nothing. Like how we would be like, oh, why does it say it like that? We have all those questions. There's no questions to be asked.
Yeah.
It's just, oh, that's how you say it. That's it. That's the end of the road right there.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, oh, that's
we get in our own way. Like for me, Michael, when I was in Mexico City studying Spanish, I kept trying to find a pattern or like my own personal algorithm on, okay, how do I conjugate this verb? How do I conjugate that? Like I try to look for a system, but the teacher told me there's a lot of falso amigos in learning Spanish, meaning you can't really put patterns on everything because the way you think you would conjugate this verb based off of a similar word, it's not always the same thing. Or like some words you would think would be a feminine word are actually masculine and feminine masculino or vice versa. So it's interesting. You just kind of have to learn it as it's said. So good stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, some of it is like there are rules to it, to learning it, and then other ones which there's this guy, he has a whole YouTube channel. He's a great Spanish teacher. But he said, but there's other things where you just have to accept it and move on, because if you start trying to ration down stuff, it's going to take you too much time. Don't even worry about it. Just accept it and move on. And we have the same
the kids
thing
aren't
in English, funny enough. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
We have the same thing in English, right? Some of it just doesn't make sense. Like if someone wants to learn English and they like, oh, we say what's up, they're like, what's up? You know,
Let's
like that
look
doesn't
up.
make sense.
Yeah.
Or break a leg.
Yeah.
Break a leg. Break a leg. Like, why would you say that?
Yeah, we got a
You know
lot
what
of,
I mean? Like, yeah.
we got a lot of slang.
So we have a lot of
slang.
them
A lot of
Or they
slang.
call them colloquials or something like that. But yeah, it's super interesting. Another one that's kind of like that too with the conjugation is like prepositions, like in, about, whatever. Like we would say dream about or married to, but in Spanish it's not that. They would say soñar con, like dream with. So or married with. You know what I'm saying? So it's like that small preposition right there changes. It's like, oh. So like it's like don't worry about trying to find a rule to that. Just know, just accept it that that's how it is and move on. It's much easier to do.
Puedo casarme con ella. Yeah, can I marry with her? Yeah, it's definitely different.
Right, because we would say to her.
Yeah, exactly.
We hear them
but in Spanish
sometimes. They're like, oh, we get the message, but they might have said it wrong. It's the small little prepositions right there that kind of changes the whole thing.
Yeah. Yep. Different.
Nice. Oh, I'm glad you guys enjoyed that. City, Mr. Peeps, Colin. Yeah. So it's funny enough, guys. I'm not even gonna lie. This is how funny this is. Yeah, that literally what I just showed, that literally just happened like shortly before the stream. So the party starts, or the town starts at 8 and it goes all the way till 12. So if I was to play the rest of the videos, there's kids out and it is midnight, guys, because they do the scream at midnight to kind of carry it into the next day. So this thing lasts for 4 hours. This year, and every year, obviously, the Mexico president this year, well, this term, it's a shine bomb, and they do a whole, they reenact the entire scene that happened that night. So you guys will probably see. It's probably going to be all over social media today.
I was just thinking after the stream's over, I'm actually going to find it, watch it.
Yeah, it's super cool. It's very,
I'm sure
and something that's super cool too. It's recognized everywhere, like New York, Argentina, Brazil. Like a lot of places will recognize this day with something small. So super cool.
Cool stuff, man.
Well, yeah,
Thanks
glad
for
you
sharing.
guys enjoyed it. Yeah, for sure. Well, cool. Let's jump back into these charts because I know we only got about 45 minutes left, and this always takes me forever to get through it all. So let me kind of get to it. Let me copy this and cool. All right, guys. So yeah, starting from the top with
a magnet up there.
Let's see here. Okay, cool. All right, so we're all set. All right, so starting with NAS 100 at the top here, guys. I already have this one marked up from we went over earlier. We kind of already touched this. But yeah, we're looking for level 2 long still. Reason being is we have the 5200 cross. And as you can see, price has not touched this white 200 EMA just yet. So I'm looking for a price to come on down, give me some type of pattern off this level, back to the upside. Nice little 2 1/4. That's what I'm looking for on the charts. And then, of course, on the TDI, as you can see here, we have no reload yet. I'm looking for the yellow market baseline to go below this dash static line, right? This white dash static line for this reload. This is the manipulation part of the cycle, the AMD model, right? So looking for something like this to occur. Until then, I'm not taking any moves off this. I'm not taking any bounces off the 50 because that's not the next move in the cycle. I'm only will take it off the 200 level. So NAS 100, level 2 longs. Next up, we got US 30. Pretty close. I think US 30, NAS 100, and S&P 500 are all fairly close. So same thing. I'm just going to scoot all of these over. These are from, I believe, yesterday. So I am going to redraw a lot of this. So as you can see, same thing. We're looking for price to come on down below the static, give us that reload. And same exact thing, guys. We are level 2 long. Right now, I do want to point out this does not count off the 200, and this does not count off the 200 for the simple fact that if you look down at the TDI, the market baseline is above the static. Same thing here. Market baseline is above the static. There's no reload here. As I always say, no reload, no trade. Right. So although this did make some move off this 200, that's not what I'm looking for. Even this move here, this shot up, yes, it did, but this is not a move. There's no reload with this. So this is just a pass. I want to actually pull off the level with the reload. All right. This is that what I like to call is that broke clock type of trade, right? Like, of course, some of them are going to be right, but that doesn't make it right, right? Like if a clock is broken, it's going to be right twice a day. And this is what it looks like when it just happens to be right. All right, you got
rubber band.
A clock. Exactly. You got a clock that's broke at, let's say 2:30, and you just happen to ask me at 2:30 what time is it, just because I told you it's 2:30 and it's right. That does not make it right. In 20 minutes, it's not going to be right. You know what I mean? So exactly, sympathy. We waiting on the reloads. You have to have the reload with this. If there's no reload, there's no manipulation cycle, and guess what? It's going to pull back, and you're going to be part of that manipulation cycle. So just wait. Just wait. All right. Same thing here. S&P. We got the 5,200 cross. There is still no reload. So what am I waiting for? The reload. Just as simple as that. There's no real setup off this just yet. This thing is just climbing. Climbing. Right on the chart, that's what we see. And once again, market baseline needs to go below the static for that reload. Whoops. Let's put that here. Okay, cool. All right, so level 2 longs as well on S&P. All three of these are really close. I've been saying this all week, actually.
Swiss.
So this just said, check this out. I can tell on EF this is not really a move just yet. It just says check this out. But let's see. We'll come back to it and see. This is the importance of setting alerts. Right? Just want to see what it looks like. Oh. So maybe we do have something here, actually.
Oh, snap.
Yeah, we actually do have something.
Oh, wow. Let's go.
We got to play.
All right, so we got something here in the next. Oh, this is close. Yeah, so we already got the 4-hour confirmation. This is not horrible. I don't really like it when it's like this. But if you look at the last candle, this red candle did close below this 13 EMA. So this is fine. So we already have the 4-hour confirmation. You know what? This is actually good to go right now. Let's see. And reason being is we already have 4-hour confirmation. This last candle is already below the 13 as well. So we are actually set. Let's scoot this on over. And I'm still going to put this above the swing here. And let's target this 80-yard low. Nice 1.25. Oh, actually, a little bit less than 1.25. So let's pull this back just a bit. All right, let's put at least 1.25. If this does pull back here, okay, we got two options here. Let's see. We can target lower lows. That's what we can do. And this will make this okay. So we grab this here. Yeah, this is 1.25. Actually, let's see. We can put this above here, this swing. So yeah, this is actually good to take, guys. So we're going to be entering this trade right now. We're going to put our stop here at 93.50. Yeah, 93.50 will do. So what is this? EF? EF at 93.50. 93.50. And then let's see, we'll put a quarter on this. So we at 125. Short. All right, so we filled at 93.38. Let's see, 38. Right, so not horrible. And then let's put TP on here at 93.15. Right, let's modify this order for 93.15. Take that. Not bad at all. So let me put the rest of my alerts on, get back to where we were. I always like to put a few alerts on here just in case I step over. Whatever. So I put 4 alerts on here. One saying, hey, this thing is coming back to see what's going on. Right?
Mm-hmm.
The next one will be, hey, your stop loss was hit. I want to know that. This next one, I'm going to do it the other way around. Measure this way. So this one will be C. All right, and then I'm going to measure halfway through this is where I like to measure the move, right? So if this is at 23 pips, let's put this at about, yeah. So once I get to about this level right here, this is where I put my stop loss to break even at. So SL to BE is stop loss to break even for me. Right. That because we don't need it. All right, sweet. So not bad at all. I will give yeah, I'll do it now. I was gonna say I'll give the rationale behind this when I get to it, but I can do it now. So same thing as always,
also
right?
Going off at the exact same time.
Really?
Yeah.
You gotta love that.
Nice.
All right.
So
we.
Yeah, just so you know, Michael, yesterday that hit a 1 hour supply zone at 8 a.m. our time. That supply zone bounce was also a liquidity sweep over a previous double top. So might help you out. Help you out with that push down.
Now we can get prices right here. If we can get price to close below this, zoom in a little bit. Price to close below this area here. This would even give me more confidence that this is going to continue down to the downside. Let me make this red.
Oh, yeah.
Right, lower lows. I want it to close below that entire structure right there. Right. Also, I won't even lie. I do want to pull this back here. If this gets to here, I will add a second position to this.
No. Alex, my screen cut out a minute ago. Did you say you had alert hit?
Yes, just set off actually.
Oh, nice.
Oh, whoops. Sorry, I'm trying to get out. Okay, cool.
Is that one you're getting in there, Alex?
Yeah. It's absolutely rocketing right now. So it's going to the moon. So if you want to, I don't know if you're still showing everyone to hop in, Michael. If not,
yeah,
you can.
It's going to take me a minute to get through all of these pairs. So go right ahead. Go ahead and you can.
Yeah, go right ahead.
Okay,
Alex. Back in.
If you
Flip
can
Alex.
come over here, chuck it over.
He's got to go in.
Okay, so
go to Alex.
Yeah,
let's go to Alex's. They just put it to my chart. Yeah, there we go.
It's all right. There we go. Cool. Okay, so unfortunately, guys, it happened.
Yeah.
As soon as Coach Michael's one went off, mine went off as well, and it was just like, oh, which one do we show? Sometimes it's going to be like that, especially when you're starting. But This is what happened if we go over the same thing. We have Euro USD again, bullish. We've got the exact same VWAP that we've used already. We can see that it's used it here. It's used it a second time, right? So it's fine if it's shot up and it's come back down. I'm only interested in this move. This is the difference between the last move that we hopped into and this move here. This is the touching of the hot stove. Yes, we messed around here, but again, we get a restart. We get a reset. It comes up, comes back down. Once we touch it, yes, 4 or 5 minutes here, but then, massive engulfing candlestick comes through here. Yes, there's 3 minutes, and then just breaks up, just absolutely surging towards the moon, essentially here at Euro USD. Now, we always go for the second line. This would be our first one, this green one here, and this is our second one right here. We already talked about this in the chat, and I saw a few people talking about it, so I was already setting up through here. Already know where my last low is, already knew where it was. So as soon as it broke through here, I was just essentially using this and just moving it up along at the exact same time. I had my Euro USD open on my other monitor over here, and as soon as this closed, I already had everything set up. Now, again, I can save this as a default instead. It always reverts to this when I put it back on. But I knew that was going to be a 1.47 lot, essentially through here. Now, again, I don't know what is happening. I don't know what is happening with these trades, but we are going for larger trades, 1.21, 1.4. Again, a little bit larger than what I'm used to, 0.8s, 0.7s, of that sort of area is where I'm more sitting at. Now, again, we have not hit our take profit. However, we do know this. If this is 9.5 pips, roughly, right, we're going to be sitting at roughly 4 pips. That's our, 4.5, roughly around there. Maybe 4.7 kind of deal, 4.8. That's where our 1-to-1 is. So we will be having our stop losses roughly around here. Now, it does look like it's going to come and hit that. Maybe it will. Maybe it won't. I'm not entirely sure about that, but that is one trade there. And if I'm not mistaken, it hasn't happened yet, but if it does within the next, let's say minute, on the, not this minute here, but the next minute, if we break this line here and we surge up, we will have another trade on gold because we've come up, we've retested, and we've got that bullish momentum straight away. It's just whether this line is gonna break or not, because essentially, like we've talked about, I need this high to disappear. I need it to be broken. I don't want it to be solid. As long as it's solid, our trade isn't solid. And we can see the last time it broke was all the way up here. And then we formed this solid line. And considering we've been messing around now for 3-4 minutes above the line, that is not necessarily what we want to see. Now, this would be more indicative of the trades that I'm used to. Say we did hop in up here. Essentially, our last low is going to be massive. It's going to be roughly down all the way down here. And then our second line, we'll be going for a big one. That's our first line here because we'll just be breaking above this. I assume if it happened, we would then be going, and I'd have to draw it out somewhere around here. So again, 0.69, 0.7 is what I'm looking for. However, trade is now invalidated through here. It's taken too long. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 minutes, essentially above here. That's not the momentum that we want. Again, looking at something like this, even though it's a failed one, we don't want it to hang around up here like this. That's not what we want to do. We want it to, and now we're out. Covered. We'll be at completely break even, roughly around here, guys. We'll be out of this trade. But once it comes up and it breaks above, we really just do want it to continue in that same direction. We don't want it to hang around. We don't want it to just mess around for a while. We want it to go and go and go and go, not messing around like that. So now we'd be out of the trade. Again, you'd never put your stop loss here at break even. You put it a little bit higher to cover that broker fees, etc. And now it doesn't really matter. It's a trade that was nothing. It didn't do anything. We didn't lose on it. We didn't win on it. It's just here. And that is the aim of the game with scalping. You can hop into quite a few trades, and yes, there will be some that just don't do anything, but that's it. And here you can see finally we're not going to hop into the trade. We're not going to do it, even if it is another winner that we're going to miss out on, and maybe it is. But 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't want to wait around 5 minutes up here. 3, 4, as I said, absolutely fine. But even with this one here on the 6th minute or the 5th minute through here, I just don't want to be waiting around. So we're going to be leaving that because technically we've got one here that's breaking above. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then on the 7th minute, we start to break above. So it's a trade that I'm not going to take, unfortunately. I'd want it to come back down and re-hit. Of course, we wouldn't be going for this one. We'd be going for actually somewhere up here in this area because we always go for the second line. For whatever reason, it hasn't printed it. But if I was looking at the distance, 227... where is 227? Here, roughly. That is where we would be aiming for our take profit. So we'll just have to wait and see. Nothing here, nothing eventuated, but there you go. And this is the oil trade that we missed out on from before. It decided to absolutely skyrocket after messing around for nearly 2 days. And of course, it's the one trade where it just didn't really happen. But again, that's like crying over spilt milk. We'll have to just wait and see. Both of these trades might even come up here and go to our original TP. But there'll be another day, like my first ever day on here. I think I got 1 winning trade and 2 losing trades straight away. It wasn't a profitable day for me. So you always got to look back on it and just go, okay, I've got to be able to just play the system and make sure that I follow my strategy as I have been saying all session. But that's it from me over here. I don't know if there was anyone.
I think you only lost one that day. I think you went 1-1.
I remember using right. 2. Yeah, I thought you lose. Yeah, it was 1-1.
1-1.
Give yourself a little more credit.
There you go.
Yeah. That's good stuff. No, it's interesting to see these scalp methods because I've never really done a whole lot of studying on scalping. So it's definitely awesome to kind of see it in action, see it in motion, even with just a couple closed break-even trades. So really cool stuff. It's definitely reminiscent of a quarterback. I think Coach Michael and I, or maybe it was Coach Rich, me and Coach Paul, I think, talked about this on Quiet Markets, but the scalp trading is a lot like a quarterback in U.S. football, right? They break the huddle. They got to get the play. They got 25 seconds to hike the ball. So when they come up to the line of scrimmage, they have to look at the defense, look at the offense, move people around. Got the crowd screaming in their ears, the coaches yelling in their ears. They have to call audibles because the defense shifts. There's so many things that have to happen in 25 seconds for them to hike the ball. So that kind of reminds me of what scalp trading looks like. You got to be quick on your decisions, but it's definitely good action, high impact action. So it's cool to watch. It really is.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just looking at the chat here as well.
They asking you, saying what are those lines, Alex? Is what C-Day is asking.
Okay, let's go over the lines really quickly. So there's quite a few lines on my screen. There's a few. So we have the VWAPs. That's what I've got over here. This big solid red line here. That is the VWAP for this London session. If you're looking, there should be a thin blue line somewhere. Yep, here we go. Thin blue line. That is always going to be my Asia session. And then I've got another one from the last one here. So if you ever see another red one floating around, it's just VWAPs from the last sessions that I'm looking at. But I'll only really be looking at what happened from today's Asia, which is this one. I'll be looking at today's London, which is this one. And then, of course, the weekly that's sitting all the way down here. If we're looking at these solid blue lines, some here, and there's one all the way down here because we've been skyrocketing today. Euro USD is just going up and up and up and up and up. That's what it seems to be wanting to do. Through this area, of course, it came back down. It literally takes us out and then goes, yes, straight to the take profit zone. Of course, that's sometimes. But up here, these solid lines, they're just this indicator here. So if I take this off, it's just the AV WAP auto high and low. So much like Bollinger Bands, they're just showing as the highs and the lows of the markets, and they're just sticking to them. Now, when they break, it just essentially means that momentum is so strong that they don't really have an effect anymore. They're not being used as support and resistance, whereas when they are solid, they are being used as support and resistance. So we want that to break so the resistance or the support fails, and then we can capitalize. Theoretically, like we do here, however, it doesn't take us out fully and just hit our break-even zone and then decide to go up. But hey, it's like that sometimes. Maybe this one will fail for us and we'll go, oh, I'm very glad I didn't hop into that. It'll make us feel a little bit better. But those are what the lines are on my screen. So hopefully, yeah, VWAP and AVWAP from Sire Mamat. That's true. Where do I anchor them? I always anchor them at the start of the session. So here, it's my 5 p.m. AEST time. So I'm in Melbourne, in Australia. That's where I started it. And I'll start at 5 p.m. every single session. And for Asia, it's my 8 a.m. because that's technically when the futures markets open as well. And that's how we use it. So that's what we do through there. So yeah, that's it. I think I answered the questions here. So sorry for hijacking you again, Michael. It seems to be you today totally that I'm picking on.
No, that's good.
But,
that's good stuff.
Yeah, I'm happy.
This is how it's supposed to be.
Yeah, no, I like.
Yeah, well,
I like using. I love using VWAP too. There's times where I'll pull it out if I'm just in between deciding, hey, do I really want to take this? Do I not? Or sometimes my gut will be telling me, okay, everything's lining up, everything's matching on my zones, on my gaps and everything, my trend. Sometimes I'll just pull out that VWAP to just kind of use it as a final piece. Hey, is this lining up with my supplier demand zones? Okay, great. Shut up and take the trade. So no, VWAP's a really good tool, and it's a very universal tool too. So I love it.
Yeah, it definitely is. I know talking to Coach Tony the other day, he's a futures trader for those of you that don't know. And I think I was saying this yesterday as well. I think Tiger and I discussed this point previously, but even he uses it, completely different markets, that they're using over there in the futures. I mean, it's very similar. Yeah, exactly right. It's so versatile. A lot of traders use it. Yeah, it's a great tool. So if you guys haven't looked it up or you haven't ever played with it, I would have a look at getting involved with them and playing around with them. That's what I'd be doing.
Well, good one to test out and back test with whatever your strategy is. It really doesn't matter. Just go play around with it. See if you can get confluence, get bounces off of it. So
exactly.
Nice.
Exactly.
I like them better than moving averages myself, but that's just me.
Oh, same. Yes, no, I do as well.
Yeah.
Me and moving averages have never really computed. That doesn't mean they're not good. But just me, the way my brain works,
I agree.
Doesn't sit.
Sounds like you and I are the same on that. Yeah. No, moving averages is out of place. I've never used them, but VWAP definitely. So. Okay, Michael.
Cool.
That's all you, brother.
Love it. Cool. Yeah, I'm just looking at the chat here. You said Sire. I guess that would be the best way to pronounce that name. Sire Mamat.
Oh, Sire. Is that what you're talking about? Sire.
Yeah.
I think it's Sire. Tell me if I'm wrong. Tell me.
I think you might be right. I said Sire, but I think you're right. I think it is Sire.
Yes, Sire. Good, right? Like aye, Captain.
I think it's right.
Yes, Sire.
Yeah.
Right.
You said it right. Okay,
cool.
Sire.
Sire. Okay.
Yes.
See. All right.
Yes.
I said it totally wrong. My bad.
He lives in Mexico. He's trying to throw the Spanish flavor on it. CD.
I don't even know why I didn't think of that.
Yes.
Oh man. Okay, cool. Well, yeah, back in if you can get it back over to my charts, please. Yeah, we only got about 15 minutes left, so I won't be able to get through them all, but I'll try my best here. We don't got too much action going on to be totally. So, yeah, back in if we can get my screen pulled up here, please. Forgot where we left off at though. I think it was on S&P. Let's see. Okay, cool. Yeah, I think we were here. I think we were on S&P.
Euro Swiss. You were getting in your Euro Swiss trade.
Yeah, but Euro Swiss was. Okay. So I didn't explain it. Yeah, I didn't explain why I got in here. Got it. Okay, cool.
Okay, Google, be quiet. Sorry, my Google Home device turned on. I heard you say okay something, Michael. So Michael
hilarious.
turned on my Google Home device from 1,000 miles away. Actually, more than 1,000. Okay, Google, stop.
It's
You
hilarious.
did that a month and a half ago. That was funny.
I was just going to say that happened before.
Yep.
That's
Hilarious.
too funny.
Yeah, I would repeat it, but it'll turn on again. I don't want to do it.
Right. GBP CAD. All right, cool. We'll get into GBP CAD here in a second, Starboy. I'll make sure I cover that one before we jump off. Well, cool. So yeah, this was actually pretty good. So yeah, 5,200 cross, guys, as I always mention. Once that happens, I'm looking for that pattern off to 200, right? So we got this first leg here, which I can tell is because it's outside the band. Then we got this second one that popped up. That's outside the band. Remember, I always say I never take the trade if it's outside of the band. Never. This is the easy way to get stopped out. I'm looking for that move that's inside of the band, right? So once price actually closed back above the 13 EMA, which is right here, right? And then we look at the TDI. Where is this? This is inside the band. See, now that makes sense. That's why the trade is actually running now, and it didn't before. So it's always inside the band. We got outside the band, inside the band on the TDI. Right? You see this small RSI line is poking outside of the Bollinger Bands here, pointing out here, but on this one, it's inside of it. Right? So this is actually running pretty good in our favor. We're in at field price at 38. Oh, 93.38. Oh, it's only at 36. It's only up 2 pips. It's only up $26 right now. But yeah, so this is the M off the 200 for me, right? So we're looking for this. We got that reload in here. All right. So we got the reload here. We're just waiting for price to actually be inside of the band, which is again right over here. So not bad at all on this particular trade. We'll just let this continue to run and see where it's at. I want this to take out these lows over here, because if it comes only right here, this is not really good enough. It's only 1.25. I'd much rather it take out the lows over here. Now that'd be nice. So I'll probably hang on to this for the session, the New York session. So I won't be closing this in the next 15 minutes. So that is my rationale on this particular trade. Why? Because this is the M off the 200. One of the 8 trades that y'all see me take several times a week. Same thing.
Nope.
Right? 5,200 crosses. I'm looking for that pattern off the 200. Short. That's it. There's nothing else to it. As long as I got the reload, and as long as on a 4-hour chart, price is below the 13 EMA, which it is. That's it. That's all. All right, so we'll watch this one and see where it goes. Well, cool. Coming back to it again, I won't be able to get through all of these, so I'll try to cover the main ones here. Gold is super high, guys. I said this earlier. I've been trying to get into gold for a minute now, but I can't. It's not giving me a move. 5,200 cross. Price has not touched the 200 at all. Nowhere even close. Right. So I want to see it come down. Give me some motion off this 200 to the upside. With this reload, we good to go.
When's the last time it hit your 200?
Right. That was all the way, let's say back here. August
22nd?
Yeah.
Dang.
Almost a month
That's
ago.
a hot minute. Almost a month.
It sure is.
That's
it sure is.
Crazy. That's crazy.
This is one of those times where this thing is just trending. Like everybody who's taking the bounce move off the 50 on gold, they're doing great. This just happened to be a trending market on gold. Like it's just hitting all-time highs after all-time highs after all-time highs.
Yeah.
Right.
Yep.
Watching.
Yeah. Well, it's been blowing past all your signals. It's been blowing past all my demand zones. Yeah, it's just not wanting to give us a discount, Michael. It's playing hard to get. It's
right.
It's that high priced gal that wants the expensive bags, right? It's after all the glitz and the glam, right? It's just a tough one. It's an expensive old bird.
Say, I don't do that. You gotta give me some discount, baby.
Gold be gold digging. Gold be a gold digger.
Right. You said it perfect. You said it perfect.
Anyway.
So yeah, for me, silver is super high. This is level 3 for me. I'm not touching this at all. This is peak high. Right. We did have that. Tiger, I know you remember this move. We had that beautiful move right there to the upside for the money trade, level 2 money trade. But after that, once it blew past this level right here, that's it. That is it. That's it. That's all. So I'm not even looking for this to make a W because we already had that.
August 29th.
Right. So
what was that? PCE.
I'm looking for this
report.
Yeah, I think that was the day that we had that news, and then right after that, it kind of took off right at 9 o'clock.
Was that what report was that? Dollar just had the PCE on the 29th. Let me see. When did Chairman Powell flap his lips? Was that Friday
that the
before?
29th? Yeah, I think we had something.
Maybe. I mean, the Thursday prior was no, that wouldn't have been it. I can't remember if that one was listed or not. I know he spoke on a Friday, but which day was that? No, he spoke the Friday before on the 22nd. That was 9 a.m. August 22nd, Friday.
I forget which day it was. I know we was on with, it was me, you, and Richard, because I mentioned this was the Mona Lisa trade. This is the last Mona Lisa I've actually seen. On the 15-minute chart, I was waiting to take this. Right, came out the box, hit it one last time right here, and then took off.
Mm-hmm.
They say it's a lot of news today. It's more of a lot of news tomorrow, Wednesday. But cool, let me get to GC for Starboy before we dip out, because we only got like 8 more minutes here. Let me see. So GC for you, Starboy. Okay, cool. So I'll touch both of those real quick for you. GC is, for me, GC is level 2 longs, right? We got this 5,200 cross, so we know we are in level 2 to the upside, right? Notice this price is nowhere near the 200, so it hasn't touched it at all. So I just want to see it come on down. All right, give me some type of structure off this 200 level, and then I'll take it back to the upside. Not all the way up there, but I'll be taking it to these highs. So nice one for like 1.75, 1.87, somewhere around there. All right. Also, of course, I want to see this market baseline go back below the static for this reload. And boom, that move will look something like this. So that's GC for you, Star Boy.
And pound CAD is also a +9 bullish. So it's got a really nice bullish score, just for context.
Nice.
Fundamental score.
So you got the tech TA and the fundamentals on this one.
Yeah.
Colin, NZD CAD. Oh, wait, I'm skipping one. Colin, US 30. So we went over US 30. I'll touch it on it really quick again. Looking for the same thing. W's off the 200, right? We're in level 2 longs. Neither one of these two boxes count. They're above the static. But I'm looking for some type of pattern like this. I want to see it pull back to pretty much the 45, 690 level. Give me some type of pattern off the 200, then go back long. NZD CAD. NZD CAD. I want to see same thing. Literally the same exact thing, right? 5,200 cross. You can see that there's no touch to the 200 at all just yet. Let me redraw this. Yeah, I'll be looking for the same exact thing. Yep, bullish. Yes,
bullish
sir.
+7 on that one.
See, there you go. This will not be bad.
Bullish items right here. With the proper timing on the chart.
Well, yeah, we already got market baseline below the static, so the reload's already happening, so that's good to go. Yeah, this one's not that bad. I'll be watching this one too, actually. So thanks for that, Colin. Because we have CPI on CAD today. Oh, yeah. Where do you think DXY is going? I don't look at this, but I can.
Dixie going down.
Yeah.
It's not looking pretty.
It's not at all. This thing is super low, right? So
yeah.
Yeah, this is really
78. Yeah, and just remember, 78% of the Dixie or the dollar reports have been missing expectations. So economic underperformance, right? That's why gold and silver are up and the dollar is down. So, yeah, I was listening to Coach Richard and Coach James talk about that, I think yesterday. I think that was yesterday, yeah. Yeah, some people are calling for the death of the dollar. The dollar ain't going anywhere. It's just, if you look at it in the context of a weekly time frame, monthly time frame, it's way up. It's just a minor pullback. So it's all in the context. You have to look at the higher time frames just to keep everything into perspective.
Right.
You know. So just thought I'd throw that out there. I mean, it's monthly time frame. Yeah, it's up. It's just nothing more than a big pullback. Correction, if you will. But
yeah,
currently,
this is
smaller time frame, definitely down.
Yeah, for sure. Let's see, even if you, yeah, even if we pull this up and we wanted to check this out, yeah, I mean, it is pretty low, but I would imagine it would probably start trying to pull off this level. We got the 800 EMA sitting here. You can see last time we had that happen, look what happened. Nice little W off this level. Ran up. You won't be surprised if it did the same thing again.
Yeah. Looks even better on a monthly, but yeah, the big pullbacks on a high time frame always look ugly in the short term, but gotta keep it in perspective. It ain't going anywhere. Dixieland delight.
So yeah, well, that's pretty much it, gentlemen. What is the mean, the system.
Got a minute
Michael,
left.
I'm not patient enough to use it. I like Coach Michael, but I'm not patient enough to use it. Yeah, you gotta be patient. You just have to be patient. I'm telling you, gotta be patient. That's the most important thing to me in this entire thing is being patient.
That's the beautiful thing, right? I mean, we all kind of trade a little different, you know. The goal isn't to necessarily like everything about every one of us. It's just pick and choose certain little nuggets that you can apply. It doesn't have to be the whole strategy, but you know, Coach Michael's really good about buying low, selling high. That's his level ones and his level twos. That's the main concept right there. I mean, you know, how you get into the trade, whether it's a short-term scalp like Alex, higher time frame trades like Michael and I, it really, you know, doesn't matter, but you just kind of pick and choose and just add a little bit from everybody, right?
Yeah, for sure.
That's the beauty of having.
I've been adding the context for you from the fundamental side lately. Like I've been liking to know, like what is it on the actual fundamental basis. So for sure.
Yeah, and I've been looking for the breakout stuff like what Alex is doing. So Alex, we should appreciate it, man. Appreciate all the but yeah, gents, we've reached the end. So 15 minutes, hop on. I think Coach James will be on. I think Coach Richard will be on as well. I can't, if I remember right. So check them out, and then an hour after they're done, that's when the futures gents will come on. So just give them all a look, and we'll be back same time tomorrow, 3 a.m. Central Standard Time, 4 a.m. New York City time. Coach Alex, Coach Michael, appreciate you, gents.
Appreciate you guys. Alex, I gotta check you out tomorrow. All right, chat. Y'all stay tuned.
Yes, sir. Yep. Have a good one.
All right, you guys too.
Have a good one. All right.
Ola Prime. Trade with transparency.